Blessed to be here today, and happy holiday season to everyone. With this, I will call to meeting the Bibb County Board of Education Committee meeting for Thursday, December 19th, 2024. Board members, you should have a green sheet agenda in front of you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Johnson, seconded by Dr. Woodford. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. The opinion of the chair, that passes, and the agenda is approved. And with that, we will start with the Instructional Services Committee, chaired somewhere down there by Dr. Lisa Garrett Boyd.
Dressed like an elf. Okay, we have 4 items on the agenda tonight. We have 3 presentations and 1 action item. IS1 is our update on performance of federally identified schools, and that's going to be a presentation by Dr. Lett and Dr. Rogers.
Good afternoon, Board President Freeman, board members, and Dr. Sims. Dr. Lett and I are here to provide an update on the federally identified schools within Bibb County School District. Our mission in the Bibb County School District is to maximize student achievement and promote social emotional well-being by fostering a strong sense of community within a safe and equitable learning environments. And our vision focuses on empowering students to learn, lead, innovate, and become productive, caring citizens in their chosen paths. We aim for every student to graduate ready to make well-informed decisions about their future through academic content, exposure to diverse experiences, and personalized learning. Pathways for our students will be prepared to pursue meaningful opportunities for graduation. Our strategy map is built on the foundation of the district's overarching mission to maximize student achievement. The visual that we have here highlights the key pillars that drive our efforts: student achievement, staff effectiveness, and stakeholder engagement. This presentation includes updates on federally identified school performance data, an overview of our district's plan of support, the sustainability of these initiatives, and the next steps to ensure continued progress. This slide provides an overview of the identification criteria for schools under the categories of comprehensive support and improvement, CSI, targeted support and improvement, TSI, additional targeted school and improvement, ATSI, and the Tier 4 schools. For CSI, you will see that the criteria includes the lowest performing 5% of schools in the state. If it's a high school with a 4-year cohort at or less than 67%. And then this is identified for 3 years. We have 8 schools in this category. TSI is the next category, targeted school improvement. This will mean that our school will have 1 or more consistently underperforming student group, and this is an annual designation. And at this time, we do not have any schools in this category. For ATSI, we are looking at a criteria of 1 or more identified student groups whose component scores are among the lowest in the state, and this is a 3-year designation. Currently, our only school is Westside High School for our students with disabilities. And we have 2 schools, Ballard Hudson and Southfield Elementary School, as a Tier 4 schools, and those are 2 of the 10 schools in the state with lowest performance. And that too is a 3-year designation.
Good afternoon, Board President Freeman, board members, and Dr. Sims. Here you see a summary of student and school performance on the 2024 Georgia Milestones Assessment. As previously shared, we did see an improvement in performance across many of our schools. This slide demonstrates the progress as measured in 5 areas for our CSI schools: overall content mastery, English language arts, math, science, and social studies. Of the 8 CSI schools, 5 schools improved in all areas. 1 school, Ingram Pie, improved in all areas except 1. And Appling improved in 2 out of 5 areas, and Rosa Taylor improved in 1 out of 4 areas. Here you see the progress of Westside High School. In the 5 areas listed, it is important to note that Westside improved in all areas as compared to last year. However, they did not meet the target for school improvement as set by the state. And again, here you see the data for our Tier 4 designated schools, in which both schools improved and met the state target.
The district plan of support is part of the memorandum of agreement between the school district and the Georgia Department of Education. It outlines the district level resources that will assist in reaching our agreed upon goals. Our first goal is to increase the number of students in our CSI and Tier 4 schools who score proficient or above by 6 percentage points in both ELA and math by 2025, as measured by the Georgia Milestones assessment data. The key actions identified to achieve this goal involve the efforts of our district intervention coaches, executive officers, school monitoring teams, and the district leadership team. Our second goal focuses on providing targeted support to Westside High School to improve outcomes for our students with disabilities. We aim to increase the percentage of these students scoring proficient or above by 6 percentage points in American literature by 2025, again, as measured by the Georgia Milestone Assessment data. To accomplish this goal, our strategic efforts are centered around implementing the research-based literacy program, Let's Sonic, utilizing assistive technology, and conducting focus walks on high-leverage co-teaching models.
When it comes to sustainability and next steps, we are employing a 3-pronged support measure to ensure we are monitoring and supporting schools. First, schools develop robust continuous improvement plans. These continuous improvement plans detail how we plan to support teaching and learning in their building. The continuous improvement plans are developed with principals, leadership teams, and executive officers. Second, executive officers monitor the continuous improvement plans in action through monthly instructional rounds. During the rounds, data are disaggregated and classroom observations are conducted. Principals and their core teams get detailed action steps designed to move the work forward. And finally, principals receive consistent feedback around best practices, and they have opportunities during MVP to be trained and supported on areas needing more support and development. Some of the core focus points of this 3-pronged approach include identifying high-leverage action steps, co-teaching training with PEC, root cause data analysis, as well as monthly continuous improvement meetings with Georgia DOE and Middle RESA. Are there any questions?
Board members, do we have any questions? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you for your report. When I was reading this, I was looking for a legend to help me to understand what the green and the red represent on the milestone assessment. I didn't want to misinterpret the data, but I was misinterpreting the data because I didn't know what the red represent or the green represent. Can you help me out there?
Yes, ma'am, that is a great question, and I apologize that I didn't include that legend. So green means that they met the target, and red means that they did not meet the state target.
Thanks.
Quite welcome.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Morton.
So when are we going to know if any of these schools have moved off the list?
We don't have an answer for that just yet. The state is still finalizing the list. I believe they indicated it may come out in January.
So for TSI, which is the only category that is an annual designation, that list will be coming out in January. It's our understanding there are approximately 75 schools on that list around the state of Georgia. So January will be the target time for TSI. As it relates to CSI in Tier 4 and the ATSI, that's a 3-year designation, and so we will not know if we're off the list until FY '26.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your report. Thanks for keeping us up to date. Appreciate it. Okay, IS2 is dual enrollment, unlocking pathways to success. And we have Dr. Cassandra Miller-Washington, who is the Executive Director of CTAE, and that Hutchins lady.
Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Dan A. Sims. Today, we're excited to share how dual enrollment unlocks pathways to success for our students in Bibb County. I know we went over this, okay. The overall purpose of this presentation today is to showcase the advantages of Bibb County School District's dual enrollment programs, which allow students to earn college and high school credit simultaneously. We will also be introducing to dual enrollment its structure and implementation, and highlight key benefits for students and our post-secondary partners that assist in facilitating these programs across the district. When you think about our 4Me, we are definitely going to highlight the learning outcome of matched and enrolled. So what is dual enrollment? This program allows our students to earn college credit and high school credit simultaneously while in high school. For example, a senior taking College English 1101 through one of our post-secondary partners will be earning additionally high school credit for British Lit. So they're earning a high school credit and a college credit simultaneously. What are the benefits of dual enrollment? Engaging in dual enrollment allows students to cultivate advanced academic skills and build effective study habits, which are essential for success when entering college. Additionally, we are exposing students to college-level coursework to ensure students can face the challenges of post-secondary education and enhance their overall academic performance. Additionally, dual enrollment increases the number of individuals from underrepresented groups and provide them with access to post-secondary education by giving them the opportunity to earn college credit early. At the same time, in high school, it allows students to know that college is an option. And lastly, it provides financial advantages, reducing barriers, and encouraging diverse students to pursue post-secondary education. So when you think about the opportunities for a student to participate, students have to be in the 10th through the 12th grade. 11th and 12th grade students have the access to a wider selection of college courses. 10th grade students can enroll in technical schools, but are limited to occupational courses aligned with CTAE career pathways. 10th graders may also earn additional academic credits at both technical and non-technical college, provided they meet the admission requirements for the chosen post-secondary institution. Also, they will have to meet, they're eligible to do summer study, and they have to maintain a satisfactory academic progress. Students failing to meet these standards will be withdrawn, and a student can earn up to 30 credit hours through dual enrollment at no cost. So, a snapshot of dual enrollment for Bibb County School District is William S. Hutchins College and Career Academy allows a student to take college courses on campus where teachers are vetted and approved by Central Georgia Technical College to provide the college level instruction. Independent dual enrollment allows a student to take college credit at any post-secondary institution, but the students are responsible for their transportation, and we do not have administrative support with independent students. So a student and a parent realizes that they are opting for this program, but is fully able to meet the college requirements and take care of all of the transportation and any of the opportunities on that campus. Lastly, we have offered Beyond the Bell. The Beyond the Bell program offers students the opportunity to enroll in academic dual enrollment courses as an 8th period. These courses are conducted totally online, taught by our Bibb County teachers who have been vetted and approved by Central Georgia Technical College. I will now turn this over to our dual enrollment coordinator, Dr. William Johnson.
Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. So now we're going to talk about the variety of colleges and universities we partner with to offer these dual enrollment classes. So the big thing is making sure we give our students the opportunity to pursue different pathways. So you see that we partner with Central Georgia Technical College, Fort Valley State University, Georgia Tech, as well as Middle Georgia State University and Wesleyan College. So that's going to hit on the different things that our students are interested on, whether it's engineering, academics, or liberal arts, or as well as occupational fields. So now we're going to look into the data as far as what enrollment has looked like for colleges starting in the academic year of 22-23, going all the way through the academic year of fall 24 through 25. So when you initially look at the numbers, there weren't a wide variety of universities and colleges that we partner with. Since Georgia Tech was our main partner, and then over the years you see that we expanded out and we added institutions like Wesleyan and Georgia Tech to really broaden the different type of course offerings that were available to our students. And then we're going to look at a deeper breakdown as far as what it looked like on a high school level at each high school throughout the district. So you'll see that in the beginning years, the numbers were roughly all the same throughout the district, but each year there was an increase as far as the number of students taking dual enrollment classes, and that was due to a number of things, but some of the key things were us partnering with those colleges and universities to offer those classes in the building, as well as the introduction of the Beyond the Bell program that allows students to take these courses as an 8th period, because a lot of our students are a part of like the IB program, or they're doing JROTC, or they're playing sports, so they have weightlifting, so they don't have that flexibility in their school schedule, but Beyond the Bell did open up that door for them. And then we're going to look at, break it down even farther as far as what it looked like directly at Hutchins College and Career Academy. So the key thing to remember is with Hutchins, we do offer the academic pathways as well as CTAE pathways. In Hutchins College and Career Academy, that number is going to reflect the CTAE pathways as well as academics. And then you'll see that huge jump once we introduce Beyond the Bell, which is solely academic courses available to our students. And the things that we're going to be working on in the spring 2025 and beyond is establishing more partnerships with colleges to offer a wider variety and allow our students to be more competitive when they're pursuing post-secondary options, as well as making sure that what we're offering our students aligns with what our current job market demands are, so that we're enhancing our students' employability skills. And then we also want to introduce an early college option, which will allow students to earn their associates while being in high school, which will allow them to go into college as a transient student or already be accepted into the college. So that gives our students an opportunity to go ahead and get that head start of being admitted into the college, securing a dorm and things of that nature. And then we also want to make sure that we're also aligning for our students that may be post-secondary as far as a university or college isn't their skill set, but they want to go pursue a technical career. So we want to make sure that we're aligning them to be able to earn that certificate while in high school as well. Any questions?
Board members, do we have any questions? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Looking at the graph in frame 12, I'm looking at Northeast
page over.
Pacific. With the Did you hear the first part of what I said? All right, looking at the graph on frame 12. I think I'm reading this right. The academic year for 24-25. I'm looking at some schools have, I imagine this the enrollment,
Correct.
like 50 and 39.
Yes, ma'am. So a key thing to remember with this one is it's just for the fall of 24-25. So we still have the spring semester. So if you look at it, most of these schools are already over the halfway point of what they normally have for an entire year. So what you're looking at is just this fall semester. So it's not the full academic year.
So in other words, school like Central with 243, that's the enrollment?
The number of students taking dual enrollment classes at that high school, yes,
Right.
ma'am.
So looking at it across the board, some of them seem to be doing pretty good with their dual enrollment. And then others are not doing so well with dual enrollment. Is there a reason for that? Do you know? How can we improve that?
What you will, that's not on here is that some of the schools are not just coming to Beyond the Bell and the Career Academy. They are additionally offering dual enrollment on their campus.
Okay.
So that allows them to actually take students, for example, an English teacher at Central might actually be teaching dual enrollment for all 6 periods. And that gives them more advantages. The issue you might find at another school is they might not have anyone that they can vet or get approved just yet to teach that dual enrollment class for them to do that during the day.
Okay, that kind of bothers me with so many of the students either not taking advantage or not being able to take advantage of the dual enrollment class.
And here's what we will tell you. If you think about at Hutchins, you see a large number. A lot of the students will take it during the 8th period. So we have increased across the district for all of our students when we added Beyond the Bell, so all students could participate. And that means in case a teacher is not being able to be vetted at their high school, so they would be counted in the Beyond the Bell number and not their school number.
Okay, I think I'm understanding what you're saying. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Morton.
So I'm hearing that this number will increase once we get to this fall, winter semester, the second semester, is that correct?
The spring semester, yes, sir.
Thank you. I didn't know
Spring
what you-
semester.
Thank you, Dr. Washington, I appreciate that. One thing that jumped out at me is apparently Southwest has just jumped into this. Those numbers are a dramatic increase just through the first semester. Is that intentional?
They actually, oh, there you go, Mr. Johnson, you want to tell them?
Yes, so they have three instructors, that they were able to partner with Central Georgia Tech to get vetted. So they have an instructor that's able to teach college algebra, as well as Spanish 1101 and English 1101. So that was intentional on their part to ensure that they reached out to Central Georgia Tech and they sent in the teachers who they felt met the requirements to be able to teach those courses, which is why you see that huge jump in the numbers. So you went from having no teachers in your building that taught college classes to 3 teachers. And as Dr. Washington mentioned, some of those teachers were able to teach 3 or 4 sections throughout the day. So that's why you see that huge jump in the number.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Hanlon.
Thank you for your presentation. Looking at the previous slide, number 11, the drop in the number of students taking classes at Middle Georgia State, or is that because it's only for the first semester? Only 8 kids across the district?
It's a couple of reasons for the drop. One of the reasons is we had actually lost the partnership with Middle Georgia. Some students are taking courses through Middle Georgia independently, and those numbers we don't have. Those are numbers that we don't receive. So you do have some students, and that number is greater for Middle Georgia, of students taking it independently. We actually just renewed our partnership with Middle Georgia State, and it will be conducted with academics, and it will be aligned to the teaching as a profession pathway. So students can have dual enrollment credit on the CTAE side as well as the academic side. And that will actually start in the spring.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? None, no more questions. Thank you so much. Next, we have Dr. Katika Levitt, who is going to share with us about our survey for the school consolidation efforts.
Thank you. Greetings, Board President Freeman, board members, Dr. Sims. Today I'll provide an update on exploring school consolidation within the Bibb County School District for the 25-26 school year. Now, this work represents a data-driven and collaborative approach to enhance financial efficiency and improve student outcomes. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide an update on the consolidation exploration process. Our roadmap includes the core elements of the process, survey results, timeline, and next steps. This comprehensive, balanced approach ensures that we prioritize transparency, equity, and a continued focus on financial efficiency. Our mission is to maximize student achievement and social emotional well-being by building a sense of community in safe, equitable learning environments. And our vision empowers our students to learn, lead, innovate, and serve as productive and caring citizens within their chosen paths of success. Our goals, of course, focus on student achievement, staff effectiveness, and stakeholder engagement. And our learner outcomes ensure that each student will graduate with a well-informed plan for their next step, achieved through rigorous, personalized learning experiences. Consolidation aligns with these goals by ensuring resources are directed towards enhancing educational outcomes. Our guiding principles, personalized learning, collaboration, engagement, safety, and leadership also shape every step of this consolidation exploration process. As shared previously, I'd like to again highlight the 5 core elements of our process. First, transparency. We maintain open communication with all stakeholders. Equity. Decisions enhance fair access to resources. Student support, counseling, academic resources, and extracurricular activities are prioritized. Financial efficiency, consolidation efforts will focus on cost savings while maintaining or improving outcomes. And finally, future planning. Integration into long-term budgeting ensures our continued sustainability. Here you have a portrait, if you will, of the timeline. And you've seen this before. We have 4 phases. We are currently in phase 3 of the process, which includes community engagement and feedback. And what I'll be sharing with you today is a form of that community feedback. Now, we gather feedback through a district-wide survey with 1,499 respondents. Actually updated that right after I posted it here. The survey included 11 multiple choice and Likert scale questions plus 2 open-ended questions. Respondents represented all schools and stakeholder groups, providing a well-rounded view of priorities and concerns. This next chart breaks down respondents by stakeholder group, and you can see in looking at the chart that the majority of our respondents were parents, followed by our teachers, other staff members, community members, and our students, as well as school-based administrators, rounding out the group. Here you have familiarity with school consolidation. Now, this data shows us that many of our respondents were very familiar or somewhat familiar with the school consolidation process, which is something that we are striving for through our communication efforts. You'll also see that about a third or so are not very familiar or not as familiar at all. And this indicates the need for continued education and communication about the school consolidation exploration process and its potential impacts. Now, our stakeholders identified the following factors as important to consider. We did give them several to choose from and asked the question, what do you believe are the most important factors to consider when exploring school consolidation? You'll see that the area that got the highest ratings there were academic programs, followed by things such as transportation and logistics, the community impact almost being tied there, followed by facility conditions. These factors will continue to guide our scenario development as well as our decision making. We also asked our stakeholders what might be some of the benefits of school consolidation. Stakeholders saw several benefits to consolidation, including improved educational resources, better utilization of our facilities, and expanded extracurricular activities. We also asked the question, what do you believe are some primary concerns? And you'll see in looking at the primary concerns, the overwhelming concern there was listed as increased class sizes, followed by the impact on school culture, as well as transportation and bus routes. In terms of community involvement, again, it's very important that our community is involved in our decision-making process, and we did give a Likert scale here on a scale of 1 to 5. How important is it to you that the community is involved in the consolidation process? And you'll see that the average rating here was 4.62, indicating the need for the community involvement to remain central to our process. Here you have the question regarding support for consolidation of schools. How likely are you to support the consolidation of schools if it leads to improved educational outcomes and increased financial efficiency? The average rating, again, using a Likert scale, was 3.88. And again, while these opinions are mixed, we understand that consolidation support increases when clear benefits, such as improved educational outcomes and financial efficiency, are demonstrated. And so this underscores the importance of transparent and continued data-driven communication. And I see here that something is missing. I believe that is additional services or programs. But what additional services or programs would you like to see prioritized during the transition? And we can see listed here that the majority of the respondents listed here, additional academic support being critically important, as well as mental health services. And I will say that these results also mirror what we saw and heard in our town hall as well. In terms of school attendance, we asked the question, how comfortable are you with your child attending a larger consolidated school? Or are you comfortable with your child attending a larger consolidated school? And you will see that the majority of respondents did indicate no to this question at 579, representing about 39% of the individuals who responded. We also wanted to know more about communications preferences. Again, it's very important to us that we maintain a transparent process and that we are communicating with our community throughout the process as well. So we asked the question, how do you prefer to receive updates about the school consolidation process? And many of our respondents indicated our Remind system, which allows them to receive those updates quite frequently as one of the areas they'd like to see the most, followed by our district website, which we're very proud of. That information stays updated regarding school consolidation. It also has a very prominent place on our school website, our district website, as well as the other areas listed here, including email, public media, and social media. Okay, and here we have the respondents by school affiliation, and I just want to highlight a little bit of this data. You can see the schools that individuals identified with. I will say that individuals were allowed to identify more than one school affiliation, but just in pointing out some of the schools that had the larger participation, we do see Alexander II with 118. Howard High School, I believe, had the highest on this list with 205 respondents. Miller Magnet Middle School, 130, and Rutland High School at 172. So we did have quite large responses, particularly from our secondary schools, and you can see the other schools listed there as well, including our elementary schools. Here's another view of the respondents by school affiliation on this particular list. You can see that Springdale Elementary School and Westside High School, as well as Weaver, had the largest number of respondents to the survey. So as I mentioned, we did have 2 open-ended survey questions, and the first one was about what additional information would you like to have about the school consolidation process, and what you see here is basically a summary of some of the themes that we heard about, or that we saw, not heard about, but that we saw in the survey as we had a chance to review that information. And looking at those themes, the first one here is transparency and rationale. Our respondents want to make sure that there are clear reasons, clear criteria for school selection, and open communication. They also want to make sure that the information regarding the impact on schools, students, and staff is made clear, particularly around class sizes, staff roles, what will happen to staff, and the effect on the school culture. Logistics and implementation, more specifics around timelines, more specifics around things such as transportation and what will happen with buildings possibly as a result of school consolidation. You'll also see financial implications listed as something that individuals wanted more information about, and that being a cost-benefit analysis analysis and assurance that these savings will in fact benefit our students. Community engagement, more community engagement, including regular updates, more inclusive meetings, and continued stakeholder representation. Educational equity considerations, wanting to make sure that we're maintaining small class sizes, equity and resource support, and additional information regarding how we're exploring alternatives, including things such as redistricting or rezoning is what should be referenced here, and resource investments as options for instead of closures. We also asked the question, is there anything else that you want to share with the district? Again, we took the same stance in analyzing the statements for themes, and we basically broke this down into supportive themes and then concerns. Some supportive themes that came about were educational benefits. Opportunities for broader course offerings was listed as a positive, improved resources, and better alignment with our workforce needs. Financial efficiency also being something listed, a potential for better fiscal stewardship and resource allocation, infrastructure optimization, enhancing the use of our facilities, looking at potential cost savings, all listed as supportive themes. And then again, the concerns in terms of other things that were shared. Class size continued to come up. Some of the things that were stated, larger classes may overwhelm our teachers. They may reduce personalized attention and strain our resources. Also listing here as a concern, the community impact, which is the loss of neighborhood schools and how that could erode community identity and access. Students with disabilities was raised as an area of concern, making sure that we are not risking insufficient support for students who are requiring specialized attention, and teacher and staff impacts. There was a lot of input regarding job security, increased workloads, and maintaining morale. Some other areas that were listed under that same question included recommendations that we saw. Looking at the themes again, maintaining community schools came up as a recommendation, focusing on strengthening existing schools rather than closures, continuing to ensure transparency, communicating plans clearly involving our stakeholders, addressing behavior and safety came up as recommendations. We want to make sure we're mitigating potential conflicts from merging school populations. That did come up quite a bit in the survey responses. Enhancing supports, looking at additional teachers and making sure we're providing adequate training to improve outcomes were also listed as recommendations. And finally, planning thoughtfully, making sure that we are using data-driven decisions, considering future growth, and ensuring gradual transitions. And some other areas listed as highlighted priorities. They wanted to make sure that we continue our priorities around academic excellence and equity, protecting the culture and heritage of historically significant schools, preserving teacher and student well-being, and investing in whole child supports and mental health supports. So as we get to the end of the presentation, here's a summary of the Consolidation Exploration Survey. Again, the stakeholder groups, you saw responses from all stakeholder groups being represented: parents, teachers, administrators, students, and community members. The familiarity with school consolidation, we did see varied levels of familiarity among respondents. Important factors, the key considerations including things such as educational outcomes, financial efficiency and community impact, potential benefits, improved educational resources, better facilities, enhancing our extracurricular opportunities. Again, primary concerns, larger class sizes, transportation, loss of community identity, and you'll see the other areas listed as well. Community involvement, again, a high importance placed on that community involvement in the decision-making process. You also saw some information regarding support from consolidation. There'll be support likely if it leads to improved educational outcomes and financial efficiency. Additional services being highlighted in the survey, interest in things such as counseling, extracurricular, academic support. Also mixed levels of comfort with children attending larger consolidated schools, and finally preferred communication channels. So here are our next steps. Of course, we are wrapping up the month of December, but we have been busy developing preliminary scenarios. We have been sharing that information. We actually had an opportunity to share that with our steering committee and work through some advantages and disadvantages of those scenarios. We're also finishing our review of preliminary data regarding scenarios for feedback and refinement as well. Now, coming in January of 2025, we will be hosting additional community forums where we'll be starting to present preliminary scenarios for public feedback. We'll start gathering feedback with specific sessions for students and parents, and we've done that through our our superintendent advisory sessions. We'll continue to do that through those additional focus groups. And we'll also, again, refine scenarios, again, incorporating community and our student feedback. We're very excited that one highlight I will say is we have students represented not only in the survey, but on our steering committee as well, so we can ensure that balanced view of consolidation and non-consolidation through the eyes of all stakeholders. And that concludes our presentation today. Thank you.
Do you have any questions, board members? Mr. Morton?
Dr. Lovett,
Yes,
you
sir.
mentioned the concern about increased class size. So my question is, are people assuming that, well, if a school closes, those kids will go some other place and it'll be the same number of teachers teaching them, so a bigger class size? Or is there are they being told, well, by somebody that there'll be bigger classes? Is it mythology, or is it just an assumption they've made, or what exactly?
Thank you for that question. I think a good bit of that has been an assumption. We have had that come up a few times, I know, through our town halls. We've actually discussed it even in our steering committee. There has not been any methodology, if you will, that really supports the necessary larger class sizes. We haven't really gone that deep into the process with individuals just yet, but I think a lot of that is just an assumption that if we start combining schools, that'll mean larger classes, so on and so forth. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Ms. Hanlon?
Thank you for your presentation.
My pleasure.
I keep hearing rumors out in the community about how this school or that school has already been decided to be closed. Is there a way to further get the knowledge out that no decisions have been made? Because, there are people posting that, their teacher told them this, or another parent told them this, or they heard X from another student. It's just, I guess the rumor mill is doing its best, but is there, I guess, how can we further disseminate this information?
Thank you for that question. One of the things that we're doing, in addition to updating information on the website, we're also releasing videos. We're actually doing videos following every single steering committee meeting. We have an opportunity to kind of give a brief update, and so we've been using that as another mechanism, making sure that we're posting that information. We're continuing, of course, to focus on all things communication, which is why that question was so important to us, because we want to know what's the best way to get the information to you, right? So that's something we're continuing to, just keep people updated on where we are in the process. I can firmly say that as of today, there are no decisions that have been made. Of course, no schools have been identified as schools for consolidation. So we're firmly in the exploration process. We've continued to state that throughout our updates that we do, but we certainly can continue to explore additional ways with our communication team as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Sims?
Thank you. If I may add, what we will do in the midst of myths and assumptions and other information that we're getting from the survey and otherwise is to use that in follow-up videos. One easy thing we can do is do a myths and assumptions video. Myth number one, and then talk about the truth. Myth number two, assumption number two. And I think that'll serve well, especially as we enter into a town hall season where we've already had one, but now it's time to have another in the midst of very significant meetings that we've had has gotten the ball down the field. So just know that we will view our follow-up videos and communications with information that we have in mind to be directly responsive. And we'll just, I do humbly want to ask us as a local governance team just to do our part to share those videos, get the word out, and encourage others to do the same in hopes that the rumor mill joins in hearing and seeing these attempts to get the truth out.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question, comment. We also have Georgia limits on class size.
Right.
And local limits on class size. So, you know, as a principal, I remember that, you know, and once you increase that limit, then you get an extra teacher and you have to divide classes up and all of that. So, you know, that's another point that I think might be good to bring out to the community, that, you know, Georgia determines what our class size is, and then we actually as a system maybe not even go to that level. So that's just something else to think about.
Thank you for your feedback.
Anybody else have any more questions? Thank you so much, Dr. Love.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Now we have one action item, which is IS4, which is the Certified Literate Community Program in Macon, Bibb, the Mayor's Literacy Alliance. And Dr. Lori Ward-Rogers will be speaking with us.
The Bibb County School District is seeking approval to pay Central Georgia Technical College for the Certified Literate Community Program, the Mayor's Literacy Alliance, as part of the district's 3-year memorandum of agreement that began in FY 2022. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education approves a payment of $280,000 to Central Georgia Technical College. This amount represents a combination of funding obligations for FY 23 and FY 24 of the Certified Literate Community Program, the Mayor's Literacy Alliance. The funding sources will include $233,000 from ARP and $47,000 from general funds.
You've heard the recommendation. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Hanlon. Questions? Any questions? Dr. Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Rogers, for the Certified Literate Community Program, as we know, this is a healthy investment into this very important topic. I know we have 2 members of the staff of the Literacy Alliance here. Could we be provided, and the public be provided with a substantive update as to the progress that has been made over the past 3 years?
Yes, so for the spring, we are preparing for the Mayor's Literacy Alliance to provide that 3-year update to include the key performance measures that have been identified by the strategic plan. At your table, at your place, you should have a copy of the strategic plan that was a collaboration with the Carl Vinson Institute through the University of Georgia. But yes, we do have the executive director, Mr. Jim Montgomery, and our field representative, Dr. Pam Carswell, with us today.
So did I hear you correctly say that an update on the efforts of the Literacy Alliance won't be available until the spring?
Right.
Okay.
I did include in the information addressed through the superintendent's question, information for the board that you will receive as well, that provides some additional information at this mid-year point.
That we will receive, or do we have it available to share out today?
The best I can do at this point, it hadn't been printed off, but I can respond and just pull it up if that pleases the board. Okay, if you give me just a moment. Okay, I see what's here. So this is from CFO Eric Bush. The district is presenting a request for $280,000 to be paid to the Mayor's Literacy Alliance as agreed in March of 2021 per an MOU between BCSD and Central Georgia Technical College. As the best understand, this is a funding obligation that was already established. So this is just in fulfillment of a previously signed off obligation.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, if you said that an update will be available in January, I guess my question now becomes, is there is there an urgency in order for us to get this done today? I think it suits the Board of Education well as the community, as well as our other community partners, that we ask for these types of updates prior to providing payment, with an opportunity to know what progress has been made, so we can ensure the community that we are being good stewards of their public funds. So is there any urgency with doing that today?
I'll let Mr. Bush provide that information.
So these funds were originally allocated as part of the ARP grant. The deadline for those expenditures is December 31st. So we wanted to get those extended, I mean, not extended, expended tomorrow before the district closes business. Also, these funds would have been expended previously had the Central Georgia Tech invoiced us timely. So that was one of the issues that we're facing right now, is that urgency. There is a small bit of urgency, but these were to be invoiced previously. It was just an oversight, and we're trying to make whole on it.
Yes, sir. I think it's very unfortunate. Again, I think consistency is very critical and important for the public, especially, again, and just looking across the audience who's inside the room today. You know, we have a number of community organizations that come to us seeking partnerships and funding opportunities, and we request these types of things prior to providing payment. And so that's the concern I have. I do understand the urgency and that we have to do it before December the 31st. But I think it's very unfortunate that we're unable to provide an update. If there was any type of, again, I know some of the staff members are here, some of the board members, if there are any type of update, again, something that can be said verbatim or out of word of mouth right now for this public meeting prior to us casting the vote, I think that would be very helpful.
Dr. Sims, if you could also look at the additional information that was provided in the answer.
Okay, I'm at the board questions link.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize, board. I only have the update that includes one response, so we just need to coordinate and get the second response. It's not on my computer.
And the Executive Director, Jim Montgomery, if you would please come forward. Mr. Montgomery. Mr. Montgomery can share some brief points to provide some updates. And again, an extensive progress report will be provided in our spring with the end of the year data that will be provided.
Okay, I'll be glad to. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present this information. So the Macon Bibb Mayor's Literacy Alliance, is committed to addressing literacy challenges throughout the community, particularly among children and adults. It promotes a culture of reading and lifelong learning. And the key aims, I think, of the Macon Bibb Mayor's Literacy Alliance is to develop a collaborative partnership in supporting families to improve the quality of life for students and adults in the Macon Bibb community. We have been involved in several initiatives to, I think, enhance the Bibb County School District, various community organizations, various nonprofits, as well as the broader community. And some of those things include community engagement and events that we sponsored throughout the past 2.5 years. During the Adult Education Month, I think everyone's familiar with that, we've sponsored a series of events that promote literacy throughout the community to students, adults, as well as the community members. And these events, again, highlight the importance of literacy. It creates a sense of urgency for the community as it relates to improving literacy among adults, children, and it fosters also community engagement and advocacy to include the following events is just a representation of what we have done. Film festivals to highlight, various issues that impact literacy. We've had neighborhood cleanups, we've had reading circles in the Bibb County School District, along with various community centers to raise community awareness about engagement as it relates to environmental literacy. We've done reading rallies in the Bibb County School District with Malcolm Mitchell, who's the founder of the CEO Share the Magic Foundation. As you know, he's now the official spokesperson for Georgia Reads. There's been a Read with Malcolm to transform lives through literacy. Books were provided to various students at this rally. Educational tours have been sponsored for the past 2 years to various schools in the district to impress upon the staff, students, as well as community there, the impact of education for all students. There's been a Seat at the Literacy Table event that's been sponsored, which is a hands-on project that has used multi-generational approach, where parents, grandparents, students, community members had the opportunity to discuss the importance of literacy while embracing the 5 pillars of the literacy that represents the focus for MBLA. And of course, that's family literacy, digital literacy, environmental literacy, workforce development, as well as re-entry literacy. Health literacy and financial literacy are embedded within the family literacy component of it. We've also had lights on reading nights just recently. We thank our superintendent all the time for the great job that he had done promoting that event for us. It was a family night to encourage reading among families so that we can demonstrate their commitment to improving literacy through reading as families. We've also had family literacy nights with other nonprofits to participate in the reading activities and receive free books. To summarize in short for the other portion of it, we've done book distributions. We've, of course, had collaborative partnerships. We focus on multiple literacy pillars. We've addressed literacy challenges that have existed in the district. We've done summer reading initiatives where we work collaboratively with the Miller, Georgia Regional Library. We've also supported literacy theme events, storytelling sessions we've hosted for students in Bibb County School District. And we also just partnered with Early Head Start, Early Start, and we will be doing some work with them as well. We believe that the targets are to increase reading proficiency, to, of course, have higher engagement and create a greater love for reading, to reduce learning gaps that exist in the community. And then, of course, Dr. Rogers just mentioned to you the intense strategic planning that we've been doing over the past 2.5 years. In fact, we just completed in June. And the facilitators at the Carl Vinson Institute of Government, the University of Georgia, will be coming back to help us implement the measurables for our strategic plan. Many of the action steps that are part of our strategic objectives we have already begun to implement. The priorities, of course, are highlighted on the bullet, a copy of the brochure that you received. It gives you specific strategic priorities as it relates to each of our pillars of literacy. And then, one thing we are extremely proud of as our next steps is that we're getting ready to implement a huge program in the community. We've been selected to partner with the National Center for Families Learning. In fact, have been part of their 60-30 Family Learning Community Network, which involves building equitable communities by implementing an innovative approach to co-designing family learning systems. And the great thing about this initiative is that it's intended to eradicate poverty, of course, increase education and economic outcomes, and create a more equitable community in the Macon Bibb community. So what it will involve is activating an inclusive, culturally diversified program where we will be partnering with the Bibb County School District, as well as Central Georgia Technical College, specifically the Adult Ed Division, to implement this program for the 60-30 initiative. It's a zone-focused thing. We're going to start in the Central Zone, with the Central Zone serving as our pilot group. And we plan to use Hustle University, Make a Way with Dr. Hotep Benzo, and his team to motivate parents, community, student groups, Content literacy instruction will be taught by the professionals at the Adult Education Division at Central Georgia Technical College, and we will be partnering with the Family Engagement Department of the Bibb County School District as we work with our parents through some evidence-based workshops. And quickly, our areas will be, of course, developing an achievement mindset in which we're turning parents into partners, building self-esteem, empowering families to shift from consumers to solution finder and producers. We're going to be teaching optimism, encouraging the mindset of positivity, resilience, and self-efficacy among our parents. And one of the things that we're very proud of is the fact that we're going to empower parents to foster a sense of unity and shared responsibility for the success of their children by collaborating with teachers as well as advocating properly for their children. So we're proud of that. We're also going to be providing parent and children packed time for parents and students to work together, and we're going to culminate with a huge celebration for both our parents and students. So this work is congruent with the National Centers for Family Learning, particularly its high-impact, multi-generational programming by implementing what we call evidence-based and solution-centered programs. So that's in a nutshell some of the things that we've been doing and are planning to continue.
Thank you, Dr. Montgomery. And let me also just, for the record, thank you, as well as Dr. Carswell, for your years, for both of you all's years of service to education and to the Bibb County School District.
Thank you so much.
Two follow-ups, though. One, I know this is for the conclusion of this 3-year MOA. How will continued funding for this particular program, what would that look like?
And that's a great question. I appreciate you asking. We're currently now reaching out. We've already been awarded a small incentive for the National Centers for Family Learning. We've been invited to apply for the Georgia Reads Award that we just recently applied for. So we are reaching out to various sources that are available to supplement, or to sustain the work that we're doing. I mean, as it relates now, with this additional funding that we will possibly receive from the Board of Education, we will be good for the next 2 years with what we are doing. So we're actually getting 5 years of service from the 3 years that was intended, because we're trying to be very prudent with the spending and make sure that it's impactful.
Very well. And my last question, you mentioned the Central Zone as being identified for the initiative you have coming up. How was the Central Zone?
Okay, so our goal is to choose...
I know where you retired.
No, I promise you, it has nothing to do with that. And thank you for that. So we have, we're going to identify 25 to 50 families in each of the zones. So it's going to be a year-long process, and it will involve all of our zones. We just decided the board decided to pilot the program in the Central Zone and then move to the east, to East Macon, then we're going to West Macon, then South Macon. So it's kind of like working our way from the center to the east, to the west, to the south.
Very well. Thank you.
We're thinking it's centrally located, so we'll start in the middle.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Dr. Montgomery and Dr. Rogers. I just want to say, more as a comment, that I had the opportunity to attend the film screening that you did at the Douglas Theater.
Yes.
Ms. Carswell and I was there talking with Wanda West, and it was about adult literacy, the effect adult literacy has on an individual. They had some real-life people telling their stories, people from backgrounds that you couldn't imagine. One was a Fortune 500 businessman who couldn't read. One was a high school teacher for something like 12, 15 years and could not read. And to hear their stories as to not only how illiteracy affected them, but how it made them become people they didn't want to be and do things they didn't want to do in order to hide that problem, was very impactful. And I appreciate y'all taking the opportunity to screen that. I know that everyone who was there in the theater that I spoke with found it very impactful and enlightening. But more importantly, it highlighted how much we have learned about literacy and how well we know how to teach people how to read. You just have to have the right tools. And all of these people that I talked about were being given the right tools. They were having great success. And, you know, one of them was allowed the film crew to go through his entire journey. And when you see that, it's shocking that we have this problem, that it is still such a pervasive problem. And it's shocking that we now know the tools to fix it and haven't been able to. So I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
I appreciate this initiative, and I hope that we will continue. I was happy to see at GSBA at the school board conference this past week, Dr. Garrett Boyd and Dr. Sims and I sat in a breakout group that was about early intervention in literacy and some legislation that's coming our way requiring us to do more screening, and hopefully starting in the K through third grade group, but we can't skip the adult literacy initiative. So I just want to thank y'all for what you're doing and hope that we can improve that in our community.
Thank you. And we certainly thank you all for your support. I can say that the Alliance has really built a strong collaborative in the community. We've truly created a sense of urgency for the community to work with the school district as well as our neighboring colleges, universities, nonprofit organizations to really create a sense of urgency to improve literacy in our community. And it's through your support that we're able to do this, so we're very grateful. One last thing I'll leave you with, we surveyed over 1,200 respondents about the work that we're doing in the community, and 98.6% of them said that they felt that the work that the Alliance had been doing today has been impactful in the community. So thank you all for that, and I appreciate your support.
Ms. Hanlon.
Thank you for your presentation. Going back to 3 years ago, to the first time that we approved this, I do not recall any more than the $47,000 a year obligation from the general fund. And I was wondering if there was any clarification, and when did the $233,000 from ARP come in?
I think I can provide some clarity. The original agreement was $140,000 per year for 3 years.
140?
140. The reason we have it split like this is because we had a 233 available in ARP without going back into the general fund, since it was missed for 2 years. So we're making the difference. That 47,000 is just an equation to get the whole amount paid. But we had available in ARP 233,000 since it was originally budgeted there.
Okay, so you're saying the 280,000 is basically the last 2 years?
2 years, yes. It represents the FY23 and FY24 payments that we should have made in those years.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Sims.
Just to close out, Dr. Jackson's asked about the question, and we had miscommunication on the printing of the board answers. We do have a document coming. It's about 10 pages. It includes the MOA and further information about the Mayor's Literacy Alliance. Essentially, what Dr. Montgomery just summarized. Just want to let you know that that is coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, we've had a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
And I abstain.
Abstain.
So, oh gosh, I need to do the math, I'm sorry. We had one no?
One no and two abstentions.
No, one no, two abstentions.
5.2.
5, 4,
5-1-2.
5.2. There we go. Thank you. So, 5, 1, and 2 passed, and we will still need to vote on it in board meeting, correct?
It won't miss
Because it
the
will
consent
not go
agenda.
to the consent agenda.
That's correct.
But thank you so much, and that concludes SSIS 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Get a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to know who are the two abstentions? Oh, okay. Thank you.
They're on the board.
Thank you.
Let's see. Give me
You're
back to
done.
my agenda. Does that take care of it? All right.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrett Boyd. With that, we'll move on to Fiscal Support Services Committee, chaired by Mr. Darrell Morton.
Thank you, Mr. President. First up, we have FSS1, Monthly Financial Statement Review.
Good afternoon again, Board President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Today, we're going to review the 4 months ending October 31st and the financial results for the general fund and all funds. Starting with the general funds, we have total assets of $48.9 million. We're reporting total liabilities of $17.3 million, leaving us with a fund balance of in October of $31.6 million. For the general funds only, we have collected $26.4 million to date of the $266.8 budgeted revenue. That represents about 9% collected. We've also expended or encumbered $68.3 million, which is 25.12% of our budgeted expenditures for the year. As of October, our federal sources of revenue make up 4%. Our local sources is 13% of those total revenues, and state sources equal 83% of our revenues. Those dollars that are focused straight on the classroom, which is instruction, pupil services, and improvement of instructional services, equal 65%. Moving on to our all funds. For all funds, we're reporting total assets of $663 million, total liabilities of $48.3 million, leaving us with a fund balance of $614.8 million. We have cash and investments on hand of $96 million. That's made up of a cash of $11.8 million and investments of $84.2 million. For our all funds revenues, we have collected $85 million as of October, which is 22% of our budgeted revenues. And we've expended or encumbered $152 million, which is right around 40% of our budgeted all funds expenditures. For SPLOST, we still have $303,000 in the 2006 campaign. That leaves us with a total expenditures of $170.4 million. We had October receipts for the 2021 eSPLOST was $3.5 million, and we have expended $121.3 million of those funds. And we have remaining cash and investment balances of $50.8 million. Next, this is a House Bill 581 informational update. We're presenting this to make you and the public aware that there's an information memo, number 5, which is on House Bill 581, and the next steps and the intent to opt out. That update and the informational memo includes a calendar of events that will happen in January, including 3 public hearings, followed by a recommendation and a resolution that would have to be submitted to the Secretary of State by March 1st in order to opt out. The key findings we're finding for opting out is that House Bill 581 would result in approximately $500,000 of loss just for the 2024 year. And if we combine the last 7 years, we would have lost about $3.7 million. Also, is to note that school districts can only levy 20 mills. This is a 50-year opt-in, which is a long time, and that could drastically reduce our ability to finance education in the town if we opt in. Are there any questions?
Any questions, board members? I see none. Thank you, Mr. Bush. Next, we have FSS2, which is an action item FY 2026 budget and 2025 millage rate calendar.
Thank you. Board Policy DCCA directs administration annually to provide a budget calendar for the ensuing fiscal year. This calendar must provide target dates for meetings such as budget work sessions, public hearings, and budget and board meetings for tentative and final adoption of the FY 26 budget and calendar year 2025 millage rate meetings. It's recommended that the Board of Education approve district's fiscal year 2026 and calendar year 2025 millage rate calendars as presented.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Hanlon. Second. Second by Dr. Garrett Boyd. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS2 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Next, we have FSS3, Interactive Flat Panel Refresh Phase 1. Mr. Adams.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. The Technology Services Division is seeking board approval to begin refreshing interactive flat panels throughout the district. This project will be completed in multiple phases, with the first phase targeting our elementary schools. This request is based on RFP 24-015 and will be financed utilizing 2021 eSPLOST. It is recommended the Board of Education authorize the purchase order to AIOS Group for smart interactive flat panels in the amount not to exceed $2,300,000. The funding source is 2021 eSPLOST.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Dr. Jackson, second by Dr. Dillard. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS3 passes unanimously. Next is FSS4, Clean School Bus Program Bus Purchases. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, and Dr. Sims. The Transportation Department seeks board approval to purchase 25 new school buses from Yancey Bus Sales off Georgia statewide contract at a cost not to exceed $7,360,925. $797,815 of this purchase will come from the 2021 eSPLOST. $288,110 will come from the Georgia Department of Education, and $6,275,000 will come from the Environmental Protection Division Clean School Bus Program. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to issue a purchase order in an amount not to exceed $7,360,925 to purchase 25 school buses from Yancey Bus Sales utilizing the Georgia statewide contract. The purchase funds, or the purchases, will be funded as previously stated.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Dr. Garrett Boyd, explicit second by Dr. Jackson. Are there any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS4 passes unanimously. Next up is FSS5, Highland Electric Service Agreement. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Highland Electric has been selected to provide a turnkey electric depot service, which includes procurement and ongoing ownership of chargers and related infrastructure, installation of chargers and infrastructure, and then ongoing operational services, including training, charging equipment operations and maintenance, and a provision of charger management and telemetry data software. Highland's project manager will work closely with Georgia Power and be responsible for permitting and all construction related to this project. Additionally, Highland will provide a dedicated service manager to ensure that the project is run successfully and is smooth. Technical support for troubleshooting any issues, and assistance with any grant compliance or compliance that's required in future applications. Ongoing training that will cover chargers, vehicles, and software. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to sign the service agreement with Highland Electric to install the recharging infrastructure for their electric buses at an annual cost not to exceed $234,859.17. This vendor is coming off of a Sourcewell contract 051123, and the funding source will be general funds.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Dr. Dillard.
Second.
Second by Ms. Johnson. Questions? Dr. Jackson?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for being
Doing
here.
well. How are you, Mr. Jackson?
I'm doing well, sir. Good to see you. Well, last time, right?
Yes.
Question for you. So, I see that for this annual cost, it's over $234,000. I know we're going to be purchasing 72 passenger electric school buses. 15, right?
Correct. 15.
What's the total amount of electric school buses we will have?
I'm sorry?
What's the
total number?
Mm-hmm.
15 will be the total number of buses that we will have.
In our entire fleet?
In our entire fleet, yes.
Okay. So, as relates to fuel costs, do we know the amount of how much we may have paid in fuel costs for this past year?
For electric?
No, just regular fuel.
I do not have that information on me, but our budget typically for fuel is right around 6 million.
1.6 million. Okay. Will we be looking to go to more electric school buses?
It depends on how this goes. It looks promising from some of the data. Now, I will be quite honest, as long as we're getting federal funding to purchase the vehicle, it makes sense based on the projections that we're seeing as the cost to operate these units. And I have that data here. So the cost per mile to operate these electric vehicles is projected to be 11 cents per mile, compared to $1.10 for propane, $1.17 for gas, and $1.15 for diesel. Now, that is also calculating in the funding that we receive through the grant to purchase the buses. That changes drastically if funding isn't available. So provided those numbers hold up and funding is available and it makes sense, then we would consider continuing to purchase propane buses. With that being said, I do want to stress that every application, the electric bus is not applicable to every single route that we have and what we would do in the district. So we would strategically place those throughout the district on routes that will maximize their potential.
Very well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, board members? I do have a couple.
Yes, sir.
So this would be, it's a 10-year contract, but these will be annual renewals, so the board would see it every year. Is that correct?
It's actually not a 10-year contract. It's a 10-year proposal that they put out there, but every single year, this will come to the board for approval. And you can see that information. It's actually, I think it's the third page from the last of the contract. It's Part 2, Exhibit 2C, Customer-Specific Provisions. States this agreement shall become effective on the effective date hereof and shall terminate absolutely and without further obligation on the part of the district at the close of the calendar year in which it was executed. And so this will actually, we will bring this to the board every single year for approval.
The amount that's shown in the contract about what is payable, I think you've got it listed as not to exceed. Does it mean that the amount could be less?
Absolutely. So that not to exceed number is for that 10th year. the very first contract year, we're not expected to pay any more than the $180,000.
And in addition to, this is just an ask on my part, in addition to the annual renewal, I would love to know how well the program's working.
So part of the grant requires us to provide ongoing data for stakeholders, to include the board as well as the EPA. So our goal, working with Highland, is to be able to keep something posted that's accessible on our website, that all stakeholders can go and look at any time to see how that program is working out for us.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Freeman.
I note this is a 10-year program. Do we have an anticipated life expectancy of these buses, electric buses, or do we know?
No, not at this time. All indication is that we'll definitely get 10. But it's still unknown at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS5 passes unanimously. Next up is FSS6, Parts and Supplies, Yancey Brothers Company. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you again. Okay. Yancey Brothers Company serves as the distribution dealer for Bluebird buses, parts and service for the state of Georgia. And 100% of our buses are Bluebird buses. Due to a significant increase in costs, we are currently trending to spend more than $150,000 with Yancey on repair parts and supplies by the end of the year. Through November, we have already expensed $89,973, with an anticipated annual spend of $216,000. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education approve the issuance of purchase orders for parts and supplies from Yancey Brothers Company at an annual cost that is not expected to exceed $216,000, utilizing Georgia statewide contract. The funding source is general funds.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Johnson, second by Ms. Hanlon. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS6 passes unanimously. Mr. President, this concludes fiscal support services. All action items passed unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Thank you all. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Next, we have the Policy and Rules Committee, chaired for the last time by Dr. Thelma Dillon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. The Policies and Rules Committee has 6 items on the agenda, 1 through 4 action items. So at this time, our attorney, would you please take us through action item Policy BH, Board Codes of Ethics?
Certainly, Dr. Dillard. Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. This Policy BH, Board Code of Ethics, is being presented by the district for second reading. There have been no changes since first reading, and it is therefore recommended that the board approve the revisions of Policy BH, Board Code of Ethics.
Is there a motion for approval?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Johnson, seconded by Dr. Woodford, is it? Is it Dr. Woodford? Okay. Question. Yes, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Dr. Dillard. I have a specific concern about one aspect of this item. On page 2, 7, where it says, express opinions before votes are cast, but after the board vote, abide by and support all majority decisions of the board. So, if I were to vote against something, and after the meeting's over with, somebody, the media, concerned citizen says, why didn't you vote for it? And I tell them why I didn't vote for it, I've been subject to censure by a majority of the board. I think at the end of the day, I try to remember who I serve. I serve the public because they have elected me to this position. And I think it's appropriate to be able to express an opinion about what I think is going on with the system, whether or not I agree with an action that has been taken, and why. It's also important that we provide the public perspective on what's going on. And it troubles me that simply expressing an opinion could subject me to censure by this board. Now, we were just at GSBA, and there's been some recent case law affecting public participation in meetings. And I have real concerns about whether this is enforceable. I also note, interestingly enough, it takes a majority of board to censure a board member. But if you're going to pursue a conflict of interest complaint, it takes 2/3 vote. I know Dr. Dillard remembers this. There was a time where a bare majority of the board drove this system to the brink of losing its accreditation. And these rules that we're looking at right here govern not just us, but boards in the future. And there is no doubt right now this system is in a crisis. We're facing challenges from all directions from the State Department of Education. We have charter applications coming out of the woodwork. The state doesn't think a whole lot of us in our schools. And I think we're going to end up having to have some pretty candid, uncomfortable conversations about what we do to address these challenges. And I am very concerned about a provision in these ethics that would silence board members from expressing their opinions about what we're doing. I cannot support this. Personally, I think the new board should be voting on this since it involves them. I also think that one provision about which I'm concerned has real legal problems because I think you are having a chilling effect on a board member's ability to express their opinion when at the end of the day you are an elected official, elected by the public, and ultimately accountable to them. So I cannot support this item because of that provision. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Yes, sir. Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Dillard. To the attorney, you mentioned that that there were some changes, minor changes to this particular policy. Can you confirm whether or not board meetings number 7 that was just discussed, was that one of the ones that have been altered or amended?
No, sir, that one was not altered.
Okay. Can you share with us when the last time this was reviewed and approved?
I don't have that information with me. Based on my recollection, I believe it was 2020. And I can certainly find out.
Was the last time it was
circulate
reviewed?
that. Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Very well. Can you remember a time to where in our district that board members have been censored in violation of this particular
I don't
provision?
recall any such instance since I've been involved in representing the district, but that has been somewhat limited in time.
Okay, very well. I do believe that there's nothing that is stated in this particular section that would restrict a board member from being able to share their public sentiments. In fact, we have seen that time and time again, especially since the time I have been on the board, and that has not led to any efforts of censorship. I do believe that it is very important for board members to be able to, one, express their level of concern. And I think when we come together to share and have robust conversation and debate, it leads to greater outcomes for our community. But once the board has made a decision, right, I do believe that, one, that does not limits one from being able to share their concerns, but I think it's just a matter of how you go about, right, doing it in a way that does not take away from what the will of the board ended up being. Because again, at the end of the day, we all want to do, of course, what's best for students and for our community, but I think we can disagree without being disagreeable, and I think that's what the intent of this particular portion of this rule is.
Yes, sir. I suppose one can be supportive yet critical at the same time.
Very well. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said in the end.
I suppose one could be supportive yet critical at the same time in terms of constructive criticism yet supporting the decision of the board.
Isn't this a state policy? Wasn't this handed down by the state?
I would venture to guess it is, but I'm not 100% certain. This is the same policy we've had in place, and no substantive changes were made to it. I'd be happy to do some more research into this if it's the board's will to defer it until the next meeting.
I just remembered when I first got on board, one of the workshops discussed something relevant to this. I just never gone back to research that since that time. So what's the wishes of the board? Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
So a motion by Dr. Jackson. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Johnson. All in favor, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Hands of the ayes, so I can be
May I
clear.
make a motion to table?
Second,
Okay,
if that's a motion.
I would offer a motion to table.
okay. The motion to table, Mr. Freeman, and the second was who? Mr. Morton. So do I just go right into the motion
I think
to
we
table?
vote on the motion to table.
We vote on the motion to table. So Robert's rules, do I go on into the second of the motion?
Madam Chair, I think we would go into discussion and then
Discussion on it, then the motion.
on the motion to table. Yes,
On a motion to table.
yes ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I know that this particular section of this policy has been discussed every time we've had board training. I'm not sure what the GSBA model policy says. I'd be curious about that, especially if there's been any changes. I would also like to give us an opportunity to look at what other school districts similar to Bibb County have in their policy. And so for that reason, I think we need a little more time to look at this policy before we approve it. Hence the reason I think the motion to table would be appropriate.
So the motion to table, Mr. Freeman, and the second was Dr. Jackson.
Mr.
I
Morton.
mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Morton. It has been motioned and seconded to table policy BH, Board Code of Ethics. Is all in favor, let me know by the word aye.
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 Thank you. The motion passes.
No.
Forgot to ask for nays.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm dealing with something different today.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. All in favor of no, let it be known by the word aye.
All opposed, nay.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
So Dr. Jackson opposes. Thank you. So the item, the policy rules, BH Board Code of Ethics will be tabled for the next meeting. So does that mean that our attorney will be looking into that, Mr. President?
We can discuss that with them after the meeting.
All right.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Next item on the agenda, PR2, Policy EE, Food Services Management.
The district is presenting policy EE, Food Services Management, for second reading. Minor changes were made to policy EE during the first reading, and no changes have been made since first reading. It's therefore recommended that the board approve the revisions to policy EE, Food Services Management.
Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Woodford, seconded by Mr. Morton. Discussion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. I got it right then, Mr. Morton. Opposed, the same. The Policy BH Board, Policy EE, Food Services Management, passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is PR3, Policy EEA, Free and Reduced Nutrition Programs.
Thank you, Dr. Dillard. The district is presenting policy EEA, Free and Reduced Nutrition Programs, for second reading. Minor changes prior to first reading to this policy and the regulation associated therewith were made to make the policy and regulation consistent with other district policies and regulations and exclude any reference to previous school years by a specific year. No further changes were made following first reading, and it is therefore recommended that the board approve the revisions to policy EEA, Free and Reduced Nutrition Programs.
Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Johnson. Who was the second? Dr. Woodford. Discussion, questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Policy EEA, Free and Reduced Nutrition Programs, passed unanimously. The first two action items will be sent to the consent agenda. Next, Mr. Attorney, we 5 through 7 of just for first reading. Could you briefly just take us through those items?
Yes, ma'am, I'd be happy to. The district is presenting policy JCAC, Sexual Harassment of Students, for first reading. Minor changes to this policy and the regulation associated therewith have been made to make them consistent with other district policies and regulations. It is recommended that the district post revised policy JCAC on assembly to receive input from board members and stakeholders for 30 days. The policy would then be brought to the next board meeting for second reading and final board adoption and approval. Next, we have policy KM, Visitors to School, is being presented for first reading. Only minor stylistic changes to this policy have been made such that it is now consistent with other district policies and regulations. And similarly, the recommendation is that this policy, as revised, be posted on assembly to receive input for 30 days. And finally, we have policy KMA, Trespassing, being presented for first reading. Again, only minor stylistic changes are made to this policy to bring it consistent with other district policies and regulations. And again, the recommendation is to post this revised policy on assembly for 30 days to receive input.
Thank you. Board members, if you have any questions or concerns, you could address those to the president or to the chair of the committee. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. President, this ends the agenda for policies and rules, and the two action items, 2 and 3, will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dillard. We had to throw you a curveball on your last time.
You did do that, sir. I think I handled it well.
You most certainly did.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the Personnel Services Committee, Dr. Juwan Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The chair will entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of personnel matters, future acquisition of property, pending litigation, school safety, and/or cybersecurity.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Morton, is there a second? Second by Dr. Dillard. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same right. And being on the chair, the ayes have it. Mr. President, we are now in executive session.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Board members, if you will, adjourn down the hill.
executive session.
So moved. Second. Whichever way you want to go with that.
Rock, paper, scissors?
It doesn't matter.
Motion by Mr. Morton, second by Dr. Woodford. Are there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same right. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. We are now out of executive session. Our first item is PR1, the certified personnel report. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Morton. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hanlon. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same right. And opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. That passes unanimously. Second item is PS2, the classified personnel report. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Johnson, second by Dr. Dillard. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same right. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. That passes unanimously. PS3 is the classified personnel report, which is presented for information only. We now move on to PS5, which is a school-based administrative recommendation. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Woodford, seconded by Mr. Morton. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same right. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and that passes unanimously. Mr. President, PS1, PS2, and PS5 all pass unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. This completes the work of the Personnel Services Committee.
Thank you, and I forgot to mention that this is the last time we will be... Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I forgot to mention when you started that this is the last time that you'll get to chair the Personnel Services Committee. We thank you for your hard work. With that, members, we have the items for information listed on there. Is there anything you wanted to add, Dr. Sims, on the for information?
No, sir.
Okay. And if you would all review FI 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And may I have a motion to adjourn the committee meeting? So moved by Dr.
Second.
Woodford, seconded by Dr. Dillard. All those in favor of adjourning the committee meeting, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and we are adjourned. I'll bring this together. Thank you. We will start the regular meeting at 6:30. I want to welcome you all to the Bibb County Board of Education call to order the board meeting for Thursday, December 19th, 2024. Board members, you have in front of you the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Yes, sir. So moved.
So moved by, I'll give Dr. Dillard, and seconded by Dr. Jackson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That passes. And with that, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. We're being led tonight by Paul Risper, 11th grade student at Westside High School and the son of Coach Shedrick Risper. Come on up, Paul. If y'all would please join us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have our invocation, which tonight is going to be led by our own superintendent, Dr. Dan Sims.
Thank you, Board President Freeman. If you would, please join me in a word of prayer. Our dear Father God in heaven, we're just so incredibly grateful that you continue to give us the gift of life that we can apply to the work that we do as a district and as a community. We thank you as we culminate this year for the progress that we've made, for the spirit of collaboration, for the building of relationships, and more than anything, Father, for the continued success of our students. And while we recognize, Heavenly Father, that we still have challenges, we're just so grateful that we are headed in the right direction and that you've given us insight through capable employees, through a strong board of education, through a vibrant community, and parents who we know really want the best for their children. And we just want to ask, as we culminate this year, that you help us to continue to maintain our focus on your children, our children. Help us to find new and better ways to align our efforts and align our hearts so that the collective work that we put together is truly established in such a way that every child succeeds. We believe in the fact that you've put us all on this earth for purpose. Help us to live out that purpose as individuals and put all of our purposes together for a great outcome. We thank you, Father, for getting us this far, and we look forward to the future, knowing that you will continue to guide us and protect us and lead us and give us the charge to take care of your children. It's in Jesus' name that I offer up this prayer. Amen.
Amen. Before we hear from the superintendent, I know we've got a house full tonight. I think a lot of that might have to do with some of our distinguished members that are leaving us. But I did want to recognize a couple of individuals, or a few individuals. We do have our two newly sworn-in board members, Dr. Henry Ficklin and Mr. Barney Hester are with us. Thank you all for both attending tonight. We had the swearing-in ceremony earlier. I also saw that we had from our state school board, Mr. Jason Downey was present tonight. Thank you for being here, Jason. And from the county government, Macon-Bibb County government, we have our mayor, Lester Miller, and I saw County Commissioner Stanley Stewart with us as well. Thank you all for being here. And we have the distinguished Bert Bivens, who I'm pretty sure is here because of Dr. Dillard, but thank you. With that, superintendent's report.
Thank you, Board President Freeman, and good evening once again to everyone. And each month we present highlights happening within our schools and district. Here are just a few of those highlights. Bibb County School District joined partners Macon-Bibb County, the Macon-Bibb Urban Development Authority, and the Butler family to celebrate the ribbon cutting for the Innovation and Technology Academy at 2122 Eisenhower Parkway. This innovative venue will provide our students with the opportunity to participate in cutting-edge career, technical, and agricultural education pathways while preparing for careers in artificial intelligence, robotics, cybersecurity, and electric vehicles. The facility will open to robotics programming in January 2025, with plans to open to pathways and courses in August 2025. Schools have been utilizing technology to celebrate Hour of Code this month. Pictured here are students in Howard Middle, teacher Crystal Gordon Randall's computer science classes coding Sphero Roberts for Hour of Code Week. Thank you to our instructional technology team for collaborating with teachers across the district to expand our teachers' and students' use and understanding of technology. The Macon-Bibb County Industrial Authority hosted community leaders for an end-of-year celebration this week to announce over $1 billion in investments made this year in Macon-Bibb County. At the event, the MBCIA celebrated our continued partnership and presented Bibb schools with 1.9 big ones, $1,941,643, a check on behalf of Macon-Bibb County's PILOT, which stands for Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, through which Macon industries choose to reinvest in the development and education within the community, within the county. Congratulations to our newest cohort of Reach Georgia Scholars. The district held a signing day commitment ceremony for the following Reach Georgia Scholars and their parents this month. From Appling Middle School, Cedric Jackson III. From Ballard Hudson Middle School, Taylor Cruz. From Miller Magnet Middle School, Elena Evans. Rutland Middle School, Darian Harris. And we're so proud of all of them. Bibb County School District joined the Reach Georgia Scholarship Program in 2016 and has graduated 4 cohorts of scholars through the program as of May 2024. Reach scholars are supported through the Mentors Project of Bibb County and communities and schools of Central Georgia. Bibb County School District celebrated PBIS Week, and what better time to shout out all of our school PBIS coaches who lead this programming at schools. Coaches, thank you for all you do to support student success. Bibb was also well represented at the 2024 Georgia PBIS Conference last week. PBIS Coordinator Calandra Smith, along with teams from Rutland High, Central High, Northwoods Academy, and Rosa Taylor Elementary, were invited to lead sessions on PBIS implementation at this state conference. What an amazing season this fall has been for sports in Bibb County. Not only did our Northeast High School Raiders, everybody say it with me, East Side? You're supposed to say out loud. Let's do it again. You're supposed to say out loud. Okay, here we go. Let's do it again. East Side? There we go. Not only did our Northeast High School Raiders football team make a historic run to the state championship, but our West Side High School Lady Knowles flag football team went undefeated in the regular season, and in the 3 years since Bibb began flag football, the West Side Lady Knowles, let me pause for a minute, because if I don't do, what is it, West Side is the best side, right? You're supposed to say is the best side. West Side? There we go. All right. The West Side Lady Knowles have won their area championship each year and advanced to the state playoffs. Y'all can clap it up for that. It really warmed my heart this season to see so many community members supporting our student athletes. For that, I want to thank our community, and I encourage everyone to continue to show up for our students as the school year continues. And on that note, basketball season has started. Over Thanksgiving break, Central High School proudly hosted thrilling boys and girls basketball invitationals, showcasing talent from across Georgia, including Middle Georgia, South Georgia, the CSRA, and Metro Atlanta. This exciting event united players and fans in celebration of the sport while advancing basketball's prominence in Georgia. College coaches attended both weekends, resulting in scholarship offers and well-deserved recognition for athletes. Additionally, The event captured attention from media, reinforcing the community's commitment to excellence in academics. Please join us in congratulating Officer Emmett Bivens for choosing to join the Bibb County Campus Police Department. His dedication, you can clap it up, that's great. His dedication and commitment will undoubtedly make a positive impact on our community. Let's give Officer Bivens a warm welcome and support him as he embarks on this new journey with us. During our most recent business education partnership meeting, 7 new teachers were matched with amazing business partners. These business partners signed up to support our new teachers throughout their first school year in Bibb and to aid with their growth in our community. If you would like to join us in supporting new teachers, use this QR code to sign up. Thank you to Greater Macon Chamber of Commerce for helping lead this effort. Congratulations to Springdale Elementary School students who placed in the state beta convention competition. Award winners qualified to compete at the national level later this school year. I think that deserves a round of applause as well. The Veterans Elementary School Dancing Heroes had the opportunity to dance at Mercer University recently. They did an amazing job and represented BCSD well, while having the amazing experience of visiting a college campus. Macon Area Habitat for Humanity shared a construction update. What may look like simply dirt now is soon to be our Youth Build 2025 home site. We are so excited about this partnership, supporting Youth Build scholars who will work from start to finish on this build project. Save the date to join Bibb schools for the State of the District on January the 30th at Westside High School, where we'll discuss the latest updates, achievements, and plans for the future of our district. This event is a great opportunity to connect with fellow community members, educators, and district leaders. Get ready to be inspired and informed about the direction of our schools. We cannot wait to see you there. And speaking of the direction of our schools, I can't help but notice that at the beginning of this year, we started with identifying our federally designated schools, 11 schools. As we culminate this year, we shared tonight the progress of those schools. That progress is indicative of the work of all of our schools, and I want to give everybody in this audience assurance that we are headed in the right direction. We're also grateful, just as late as yesterday, we had one of our latest meetings with the State Department of Education and the support that they provide. And they are in and out of our schools providing valuable support. We sit at the table, and we have meaningful discussions about our progress and achievements, and we look forward to that work continuing hand in hand with the State Department of Education. But again, I want to give you assurance as we get prepared to celebrate these holidays that we are headed in the right direction. And while we have much work to do, I'm proud of every leader, every teacher, every educator, every student, not only inside this room, but in all of our schools. And I want to encourage all of you as you get prepared for these holidays, take some time to rest, take some time to reflect, and when we get back, let's go. Because we know our students can do it, we know we have what it takes, and if we work together, we can continue to head in the right direction and get ourselves in the right space so that every student experiences success, both social, emotionally, and academically as a part of our school district. I want to close by saying thank you to Hannah Buenaventura, a 5th grader at Sonny Carter Elementary School. Hannah's artwork was one of so many beautiful art pieces created by talented students this year, and it is featured on the annual Superintendent's Holiday Card. And I want you to know, I literally go through every single card and narrow it down from 100, down to 80, down to 50, down to 25, and all the way down to one card. And this was the card that was chosen. You will note the wonderful poinsettias donning the room tonight as well. These have been gifted to board members by CTAE and Northeast High School from the annual poinsettia sale. That means they can take them, right? Okay, all right, great. I see more than 8, so we'll work that out. All right. Schools will be closed for 2 weeks. Don't clap too loud now. So I'll see some of y'all tonight at Kroger or at Publix as you get your coffers ready for your babies to be at home for 2 weeks for the holiday break after Friday, December 20th. On behalf of the Bibb County School District, on behalf of my family, I want to wish everyone a wonderful holiday season filled with family, friends, special memories, and joy. At this time, I'll yield to our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Katika Lovett, for further recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Sims. Greetings, Board President Freeman, board members, again, Dr. Sims, distinguished guests, and attendees. First, I'd like to introduce you to one of our new leaders. Please come forward to receive a swag bag as a token of our appreciation and to greet our new board members. Ms. Deja Selby, our coordinator for the Gear Up program. Thank you, Ms. Selby. We are excited to see continued growth with your leadership, and we thank you for being built for Bibb. Let's give it up for her one more time. The Georgia School Boards Association recently honored local school boards that display reliable school governance and leadership. The Bibb County Board of Education was recognized as exemplary, the highest level of GSBA recognition. At this time, I'd like to ask our board members to come forward. President James Freeman, Vice President Dr. Sandra Woodford, Treasurer Darrell Morton, Murtis Johnson, Dr. Thelma Dillard, Christian Hanlon, Dr. Jawan Jackson, and Dr. Lisa Garrett Boyd. As they're coming up, I'll share with you that this award marks the second consecutive year that the current Bibb County Board of Education has reached exemplary status, and we are so thankful for this team's leadership in the recent years. All right, thank you. Let's give it up one more time for our exemplary board on this evening. Next, at this time, we'd like to recognize two of our Board of Education members who are finishing out their time with us, at least for now. There are several pieces to these recognitions, so please listen carefully. First, a true career educator. Dr. Thelma Dillard graduated from Ballard-Hudson Senior High School and has served for 12 years on the school board after holding numerous other leadership roles. She has twice served as board president as well as vice president and treasurer. Prior to serving on the board, she retired from the Bibb County School District after 44 years as an educator. At this time, please direct your attention to this video message for Dr. Dillard.
Hello, Dr. Dillard, and greetings from St. Simon's Island. I understand that you're about to celebrate the end of your 12-year term as a Board of Education member of the Bibb County School System. I want to congratulate you on that and thank you for the way you've represented the teachers and the students of the Bibb County School System. I also want to thank you for something else. In 1995, when I became the principal at Central High School, about 2 years later, Westside opened, and we had to combine the Lanier A and the Lanier B faculties together into Central High School faculty. If you'll recall, we had a pre-planning meeting, and we had all the chairs in the Lanier B cafeteria lined up in a circle. And I showed the movie Forrest Gump on that particular day. And one of the things that I liked about that Forrest Gump movie was a song, one of the songs featured in it, and it was called Come Together. And so what I proposed is that we may have worked separately in different buildings for years and years, but now we had come together and we were Central High School and we needed to bond. And I remember as that song played and I asked y'all to listen and think about what you could do to contribute to the bond that we were creating at the Central High School. The first thing you did is you stood up and you grabbed the hands of the people next to you and everybody began to stand up and it's encircled the room. And we all began to talk about how we were coming together and we were creating a new faculty of Central High School. Listen, Dr. Dillard, I want to thank you for what you did because to me, that provided the spark that ignited the flame so that we could bond the school together. And it was a very easy task of combining the two faculties together as a result of that experience. I want to thank you for your commitment. I want to thank you for the fact that I have enjoyed the years that I spent at Central High School, the 18, and the 2 years when I came back as superintendent. And I want to thank you for the opportunity and privilege of working with you and the other board members during that time. It was a great experience, one that I'll treasure the rest of my life. Thank you and congratulations, and I hope you have a happy retirement.
Thank you, Dr. Dillard. The Central Zone appreciates you.
Dr. Dillard, back in the day, we talked about strength of character. It was in our vision statement. You epitomize strength of character. I saw you make tough decisions, hard decisions. I saw you make thoughtful decisions. You talk to us every day about being there for all children. You weren't there just for the children in your district, but all children. You are a fighter. You say you fought for civil rights. I say you fought for what's right. I am so lucky to have met you, and I'm thankful for you. Enjoy your memories of the 12 years you were on the Board of Education. I respect you, and I love you. Best of luck.
Dr. Dillard, the Queen, congratulations on 12 years of service to the Bibb County Board of Education. Your life, your experiences, your resume, your imprint on this community cannot be understated. And I'm just honored to have had the opportunity to be a part of your imprint. You will always be known and revered for me as the board president at the time who brought me on as superintendent. I'm really grateful for your leadership as a board president, as a board member. I've learned so much from you. I've learned so much about you, and I just know that you deserve everything there is to give in regard to praise and honor for the tremendous work that you have done as a member of this great community. I'm grateful for your heart. I'm grateful for your passion. I'm grateful for your integrity and just everything that you've brought. I'm grateful for your sense of humor. Oh my gosh, I don't think there's a time that we have not had a conversation on the phone that we did not share a laugh. So I wish you all the Thousand Island in the world, all the Sprites in the world, all that God has to give to you as you salute this board one final time. It's been an honor to have you as a board member. I'm going to miss you, but I'm unpardonably grateful to you for what you've given me as superintendent. And I promise you, I will continue to serve this district to the highest level possible, even in your absence. I love you. God bless you.
At this time, we'd like to invite Dr. Dillard, along with Dr. Sims and Board President Freeman, forward for the presentation of an award and resolution. Okay, and the resolution reads, whereas the Bibb County Board of Public Education has supported the diverse educational needs of children in Macon-Bibb County since its inception in 1872 and continues to focus its mission to maximize student achievement and social emotional well-being by building a sense of community and safe and equitable learning environments, and its vision to empower children to learn, lead, innovate, and serve as productive and caring citizens within their chosen paths of success. Whereas the board members are elected to, as a united entity, provide governance and leadership that ensures a clear shared mission and vision that set high standards for student achievement, staff effectiveness, and stakeholder engagement. And whereas Dr. Thelma D. Dillard graciously served 3 terms on the Bibb County Board of Education, representing District 2 after a 40-year career as an educator, ending her tenure of service in the classroom at Central High School in 2011. She also taught at Fort Valley State University and Central Georgia Technical College, formerly known as Macon Technical Institute. And whereas Dr. Dillard attended Ingram and Unionville elementary schools before graduating from Ballard Hudson Senior High School and earned a bachelor's degree in business education from Fort Valley State University, multiple master's degrees, and a doctorate in educational leadership. And Dr. Dillard served as president of the board in 2017 and 2022. In addition to serving terms as vice president and treasurer. She also chaired policies and rules and instructional services during her years of service. And finally, whereas Dr. Dillard's heart of education and equality did not just begin as she served on the school board or even taught for 4 decades. Her dedication reaches back to her childhood under the guidance of her prominent mother, Hester Bibbins, who is a champion for educational equality and taught Dr. Dillard and her siblings the true meaning and value of tenacity and strength as they fought to integrate the Bibb County school system. Now be it so resolved that the staff and students of the Bibb County School District and members of the Bibb County Board of Public Education express our sincerest appreciation for the outstanding contributions and dedicated service made by Dr. Thelma D. Dillard during her service as a school board member. We extend our best wishes as she embarks on her new journey, presented this 19th day of December 2024. Thank you. Now, a graduate of Westside High School, Dr. Jawan Jackson has served 1 4-year term representing District 4. He has chaired committees and served as board president in 2023, while also being active in other capacities like the district's Consolidation Steering Committee. Please direct your attention at this time to the video message for Dr. Jackson.
Dr. Jackson, thank you so much for your service on the board. It has been a pleasure to watch you serve and lead this board in the right direction. The work that you've done and support that you've given the West Side Zone, but then giving that same energy to all the zones equally has been a pleasure. We're going to miss you, we thank you, and continue to support the work here at Bibb County Board of Education.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We appreciate you.
Dr. Jackson, it has been such an honor to have you as one of our board members. I remember vividly walking into my final interview, and even my first interview, and I knew that there was something by way of a connection that you and I would have. That's on the level of wanting the best for our students, and you've been nothing less than that. Last year was such an honor to have you as board president. You and I worked very closely together. You are highly meticulous. You pay attention to detail. You've been one of the greatest persons I've seen among other board members who ask insightful questions, who really dig in to really want to know how you can serve this district. You have served this district in this position with honor. And I'm just proud to have the opportunity to work alongside you. While I hate to see you go, I know that you are going to continue to be a leader in this community in some way, shape, or form. You and I share something in common. We're a member of the same fraternity, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. And I mention that because we stand on three critical things: manly deeds, scholarship, and love for all mankind. And it has been a pleasure to watch you extend your manly deeds to the community, to promote a level of scholarship as a board member, and to demonstrate love for this entire district, and especially for its children. Your presence has been strong, and you are definitely going to be missed from our Board of Education. But I look forward to you continuing to be an advocate in the streets for our school district, especially in ways that help out our students. Thank you so much for your service. You are a gentleman's gentleman, you are a brother's brother, and I'm going to miss you. Love you.
At this time, we'd like to invite Dr. Jackson forward for presentation of an award and resolution. And the resolution reads, whereas Dr. Jawan A. Jackson proudly represented District 4 on the Bibb County Board of Education from 2021 through 2024 and graciously carries the distinction of being the youngest person to hold a seat on the Bibb County School Board. Having served as president of the board in 2023, Dr. Jackson chaired the Personnel Services Committee and the Policies and Rules Committee. And whereas Dr. Jackson attended Jesse Rice Elementary School and Bloomfield Middle School before graduating from Westside High School in May 2012, he earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science from Georgia College and State University, receiving a certification in leadership in 2016. Dr. Jackson earned a master's degree in higher education leadership from Mercer University in 2018 and completed his doctorate program in higher education management at the University of Georgia in 2023. And whereas Dr. Jackson's example of leadership was evident long before he accepted the challenge to serve on the Board of Education, his determination and forethought were witnessed at Westside High School when he created his own office at the school. Paraphrasing his words, Dr. Jackson stated that if he was going to be president, he had to have somewhere to operate, and so he did. And whereas Dr. Jackson served as a member of the Board of Directors on the Bibb County Education Foundation, chaired the Board of Trustees at Ebenezer Missionary Baptist Church, and served as past president of the local chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, where he is a life member. Now be it therefore resolved that the staff and students within the Bibb County School District and members of the Bibb County Board of Public Education express our most heartfelt appreciation for the outstanding contributions and dedicated service made by Dr. Jawan A. Jackson during his service as a school board member. We extend our best wishes as he continues to serve this community with a focus on our most prized possessions, our children. Presented this 19th day of December 2024. Now, at this time, several former Board of Education representatives are with us this evening and would like to share a few words for our outgoing board members. At this time, would our guests please come forward?
Look at him.
I'm going to try to get through this. We should all be so lucky to have a Dr. Thelma Dillard in our lives. We should all be so lucky to have a strong public servant who chose to answer the call at a time when this community, and specifically this system, needed powerful and dynamic leaders. Dr. Dillard made the sacrifice to serve her community and decided to lend her talents to this very board. And she did that during what was one of the most tumultuous and darkest moments this system has seen in recent history. We should all be so lucky to have a teammate like Dr. Thelma Dillard, one who built consensus to get things done. Like we used to say, we could count to 5. Immediately after Dr. Dillard was elected to her first term to this board in 2013, she began working to build consensus with her teammates, her fellow board members. And in doing so, that consensus, that board was able to usher in an era of change and progress in this system by bringing in new leadership. We should all be so lucky to have a cheerleader for good like Dr. Thelma Dillard. Throughout her 12 years on this board and her 50-plus years in public education in Bibb County, Dr. Dillard has been quick to praise those who deserve accolades. Whether it's honoring the students who achieved exceptional results or the classroom educators serving on the front lines in the schools, Dr. Dillard has always been one who encourages people to do their best. We should all be so lucky to have a passionate educator like Dr. Thelma Dillard. Whether it was during her years of being in the classroom or the 12 years she served on this board, Dr. Dillard is a tireless advocate for high-performing K-12 education and has done her part in pushing for that in her community through her actions and work. Her background and experience in the classroom has been a guiding light for her and the community during her service. We should all consider ourselves to be so lucky that we have Dr. Thelma Dillard in our lives. Every one of us sitting here today, we should be thankful. We have all had Dr. Dillard, the public servant, Dr. Dillard, the teammate, Dr. Dillard, the cheerleader, and Dr. Dillard, the educator. But only a few of us can say that we're so lucky to have Dr. Thelma Dillard in a role that's far greater than all of those. And that's to call her our dear friend. You see, a dear friend, as Dr. Dillard, Thelma, as you are to me, encompasses all of those attributes and then kicks it up a notch. When we needed to balance a budget in 2013, make tough decisions about personnel, and begin the search for a new superintendent, Dr. Dillard was there with me and our board members working. A unique friendship and camaraderie is built amongst those who serve on working boards together. And our friendship prevailed. And as we began to see the fruits of the labor of many partners in this district come about, we did not just celebrate our successes, but we looked for ways to innovate and improve the system even more. We hunkered down. And as we continued to make the tough and controversial decisions to move our system forward, we knew that there were doubters in this community. Even during a difficult moment for me in my public service tenure, Dr. Dillard was always there with an encouraging word and moment. And not a Father's Day or Thanksgiving or Christmas Day goes by to this day when I don't get a notification on my phone and it's a word from Dr. Dillard telling me, Happy Father's Day, Jason, or Merry Christmas, or Happy Thanksgiving. She's always cared about me and my family, not just in the casual way you ask someone, hey, how you doing? She really cares, genuinely cares. And when I was fortunate enough to have some unique opportunities to continue to serve in the K-12 education world after a brief and unwanted furlough, she was one of the first friends to congratulate me. You simply cannot understand how wonderful it is to call Dr. Thelma Dillard a friend. That's what she is to me. And this community should consider itself so lucky as to have her working to make things better. I know I'm grateful for all those things, and I'll say one thing, Fab Five. And as Mayor Miller would say, if you know, you know. So I will finish with this, Dr. Dillard. Many congratulations to you on your exemplary service of 3 terms, 12 years on this board, 50-plus years in public education, serving Bibb County. And I know your faith in our almighty Lord. We share that. And it's very important to you. And so 2 Bible verses come to mind. Matthew 25:23. His Lord said to him, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord." Or perhaps 2 Timothy 4:7, which says, "I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith." Thank you, Thelma.
Thank you to former board member Jason Downey, now representative on the State Board of Education. And at this time, we'd like to invite up the Honorable Mayor Lester Miller for further comments.
Well, Jason got you crying. I can't do that. Maybe I have to tell a few jokes or a few stories. I'm not going to cry. Matter of fact, she got so much stuff up I can't even see her. See if she's crying. Somehow or another, Dr. Dillard always tries to steal the show. There you go. Move them flowers out of the way so I can see your face. There you go. I get to be chatty tonight. So, Dr. Thelma Dillard and I met back in 2011 during my campaign to run for school board myself. And we're the most unlikely couple. I say couple on purpose. The most unlikely couple who Dr. Dillard didn't care too much for me then. Don't know the reason. But apparently while we were running, she ran unopposed. And I filed a lawsuit against the city to change the districts because we're going through redistricting. So after qualification, she now has somebody to run against her. And she blamed me for that. I don't know why, but she blamed me for that. But she, as she always does, she wins. So Dr. Dillard and I decided that we were going to come together and break bread. And I remember very distinctly the first lunch we ever had. It was at Lindbergh's, for those of you who remember where Lindbergh's was, in the alley there. And I didn't know much about Dr. Dillard and her habits about food at that time. So we had a nice meal. She ate all of it, complained about all of it. Yeah, she didn't have to make her own Thousand Island. They had it there that day. The green beans was not like her mother used to make it. Had no salt. The bread wasn't good, but the conversation was wonderful. I remember those moments because they were very special to me. And I can say that for the 8 years I served on the school board is that we shared a lot of special moments. And I will say unlike a couple because I provided a lot of services to Dr. Dillard. Some of those including driving Miss Daisy is what I call it. I was her chauffeur a lot of times. And some of the best conversations she and I had, and now this is just one conversation that happened 20 times, is you know Dr. Dillard likes to tell stories. I heard all about how great Burt Bibbins is, and how he taught his own self to read, and how smart he was, and how Hester made her dresses, and how she couldn't date till she got to Fort Valley State, and how she was a great basketball. You know what she was? She was she got out there and got the dance and everything, and she finally got to go on dates. And you know, after about the third time, I could tell her the story before we got there. But I remember all those times, and it was I had to get some used to it. We would drive 3 hours to Savannah, and all of a sudden we pull up to Savannah. And she said, "Oh my God, are we already there?" She talked the whole time. And she would just tell me these stories over and over again, and it began to be like it's my stories, right? I began to be the son of a sharecropper, and how we grew our own food, and I didn't make any dresses, of course, but you know the story. But those are the times I miss the most. Really enjoyed. Matter of fact, my family sat in the back seat while she drove in the front seat. I drove Miss Daisy there. Every time we went to GSBA in Atlanta, Dr. Dill was in the front seat with me. She told me the story about why she didn't drive anymore, about how she scared to death out of Cartees and all her kids because the truck driver came up there. And then we drive to Savannah. My family would go there with us, and she would be on that front seat. And, you know, when I decided to run for mayor, some of the things I was going to miss most of all was those trips. And I have missed those trips. I want you to know that. I miss those trips, driving, sharing some personal time with you. We've been through a lot together. And I can tell you she's been my spiritual advisor. Who else calls you up at 11 or 12 o'clock at night and said, I'm calling you because I know you're not busy right now. And we would talk for hours on the telephone, and she would tell me all the stories. And she would always tell me, take the high road. God will want you to do this. You're going to do what you want to do. You're grown, but I'd like for you to at least listen. And she would give me a Bible verse, or she would, you know, sometimes be my mom, talk about my sister Cartees, Teasy as she liked to call her. But I remember those times, and I miss those times. I really do. I remember one occasion she broke the law. We're not on television, are we? She broke the law one time. She probably don't remember this, but, you know, we were having dinner at Mercer, and she took all the silverware and put it in her purse. I don't know. Of course, y'all, I don't think the statute of limitations is run yet, but she... Now, of course, Dr. Dillard didn't know until she got in the elevator, and I pointed it out to her that she had took some silverware. But unbeknownst to her, while she was being chatty, I put a couple of little silverwares inside over there and in a purse, just as a joke. But I forgot about it until we got in the elevator, and I saw the forks in there. So we thought we'd take it back. But it's those moments like that we had that are very special. Moments we continue to have. As a matter of fact, I got so lonesome from my couple there, as I called her up when The Color Purple came out, when the musical came out, and asked her to be my one special guest to go to Atlanta, because, all right, Jason, that's you, buddy. It's probably something I had for lunch, I'm sorry. You know, I had one person I could bring. I could think of no better person to bring to keep me busy on a long trip with traffic than Dr. Dillard to fill my time. And I called her up and I said, you know, because, you know, of our involvement, because part of it was filmed here in Macon, I get the opportunity to go to a premiere in Atlanta at this theater, and I really appreciate it if you would join me. And she was just, you know, she thought that was, you know, a huge gift, and she said yes. And I picked her up for our date, and we drove to Atlanta, and she talked all the way. And then we got in there, and she watched the movie, and we got a chance to go up there and take some pictures together. And probably the last 4 more pictures we take, we may need to get our pictures updated, Dr. Dillard. But I remember those times because, you know, yes, we had the board meetings. Yes, we stayed up late at night strategizing and talking about this issue and that issue. And yes, we had some fights in the back of the executive session, as y'all know that y'all have all the time. And we have some votes. And we have some tough decisions. And she and I always didn't get, you know, we always didn't vote the same. But I'll tell you what I did do is we always went to each other. We talked about it. And a lot of times she would change my mind and I would vote for it. A lot of times she would change her mind and she'd vote the way I wanted to. And that's how Dr. Dillard is. She respects your opinion. She agrees it's okay to disagree. Now, she's a little bit stubborn and she can be set in her ways sometimes. Yes. But she's got the right to do that because she's been around longer than I have, and I respect that. But I'll tell you, there's no better supporter in this world if you got Dr. Dillard on your side. She's going to be loyal. She's going to support you. She's going to give you advice whether you want it or not, right? But it's very good advice. So those are the times that I most remember, that I'm treasured about. I will say, finally, in conclusion, I've got a couple of gifts for you, but, you know, her story and her family story and Hester's story, she always tells me, I wish you could have seen my mom. I wish you could have listened to my mom. And certainly, in her own way, I do listen to her mom. I listen to you talk. When you give me a hug, when you cheer me up, I know there's got to be Hester Bivens. I know she had to be one hell of a woman to raise the children she did, to do the things she did, to change our community like she did here. And I know I see that through her. I see that through you, and I appreciate that. I want to thank you for coming into my life. Whatever God did to put us together back in 2011, I thank him for that. I'm a better person because of meeting you. My family loves you to death, you know that. Just recently, we took a trip to Buckner's and took a picture in front of that rooster. I didn't see it showing up there. I was hoping they put the picture up there, but this girl can eat at Buckner's now, I tell you that. It's the first time she never complained about the chicken being dry, the potatoes not being right. the dessert, but, you know, we can say things like that to each other because she knows I love her. I don't have to say that, but she knows I love her. I care about her deeply. I will do anything I can for her, and I know that she will for me. I finally got to trick her yesterday, the first time. She was surprised by going over to Central for the great event, and, you know, that's the one time I got to tell her just a little bit of lie there to get her over there, but yesterday she told me for the first time in her life that she really got honored, and I think that's sad. I'm glad that we can give you your flowers while you're here, and certainly I've got two things to give you. I'm not going to read this proclamation unless you want me to, because it's a little long, but I don't give out the key to the city very often. I've only given out two while I've been here. But I do want to give you a key to the city, and I'm also going to give you a proclamation that we'll take a picture of. I'm not going to read it. Number one, the print's so small, it's challenging for me. I do have my glasses on, but bottom line, it says on the bottom that December the 19th, like we mentioned earlier, is going to be Dr. Thelma Dillard Day, and it's a day that I always can remember, and I hope that you will too. We all know Dr. Dillard's never going to retire. She's never going to retire. Matter of fact, she's been calling me, wearing me out late at night, multiple nights, wanting to know what board she can serve on, and I know that I will find something for her to do to keep her busy, otherwise she's going to worry me to death. But Dr. Dillard, thank you. This board appreciates your service. My children appreciate your service, both graduates of the Bibb County School System. And in my life, I personally appreciate you being my friend and my spiritual advisor. Thank you.
Now at this time, I'd like to invite Summer Stafford, field representative for U.S. Congressman Sanford Bishop, who also has a presentation to make at this time.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. I have two congressional certifications, one for Dr. Dillard, one for Dr. Jackson, for your service on the board. The congressman isn't able to be here today, but he does send his sincere greetings and his heartfelt gratitude for everything you all did for the board. The certificate reads, Certificate of Special Recognition, Congressional Recognition presented by Congressman Sanford D. Bishop Jr. to Dr. Thelma D. Dillard in recognition of outstanding achievement, service, and public distinction, signed by Congressman Sanford Bishop Jr.
Is this the final? So the best way to end this is how it started, with students in mind. So I'm going to ask a couple of students to come forward as I ask Dr. Jackson and Dr. Dillard to join me once again at our background. We have two Outstanding Service Awards. One reads Dr. Thelma Dillard, Board of Education District 2, 2013 to 2024. The other reads presented to Dr. Juwan Jackson, Board of Education District 4, 2021 to 2024, in grateful appreciation for outstanding and dedicated service. Come on, students, to the Bibb County School District. Come on, students. And I'm going to ask these students if they would present these awards to Dr. Jackson and Dr. Dillard. Let's end it like we started.
And we do have actually a few more comments. I want to make sure that we allow for these three ladies to come on up at this time.
Good afternoon, and I promise I won't be that long. Dr. Sims, board chair and board members, colleagues, family, and friends, it is truly an honor to be able to say a few words on behalf of Mr. Jawan Jackson. Yes, I said Mr. Jawan, or Mr. President, that I've known him to be since middle school. Anybody that comes to the office and wants to know where Mr. Jackson's office was, I kept wondering, Mr. Dillard, did we order somebody? Did we hire somebody new? He said no. I said, well, they keep looking for Mr. Jackson. Where is he? So I found out he had set him an office up in the suite. So he is truly and has been the epitome of a great leader. John Quincy Adams said, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are truly a leader. So as you conclude your tenure with the Bibb County School District, we find ourselves filled with a deep sense of gratitude and admiration for the remarkable service you have given us. You are truly a visionary leader, unwavering dedication, passionate for education, and your genuine care for every individual have been truly and has truly inspired and will be profoundly missed. We also appreciate the countless hours that you have devoted thoughtful decision-making that not only advanced our school district, but also touched the lives of countless students, parents, and staff members. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6 says, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all of your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your path. So, Dr. Jackson, as you embark on a new endeavor, we wish you continuous success and fulfillment. Your legacy of service and leadership to this district will continue to inspire young African-American young men. Once again, we thank you for your contribution. We look forward to seeing the positive impact that you will still play in this district and in this community. Know that I love you, this community loves you, and Bibb County loves you. And I bring you greetings, and I am Letitia Bacon, the assistant principal at John R. Lewis Elementary. We love you, and we will miss you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Latasha Pope, and Dr. Jackson was in the first class that I taught here in Bibb County back in 2002 at Jesse Rice Elementary School. He was in my 3rd grade class at Jesse Rice Elementary. Wow. Dr. Jackson was an amazing student. He was so respectful, mannerable, never had any issues out of Dr. Jackson. Oh, let me take that back. I did have one issue that I talked with about you. You talked so much. You talked all the time. But everything you said was so knowledgeable. You spoke beyond your years. I was always amazed at the things that came out of your mouth in a 3rd grade classroom. I didn't expect that from a little 3rd grader. However, I remember telling you that you were going to be the first African-American president. However, someone else beat you to that, but you're on deck, Dr. Jackson. I'm just waiting for that call when you call me and ask me to support you on your campaign trail. I'm only going to ask 3 questions. What do you want me to do? When do I need to be there? And what do you need me to do? Where do you need me to be? I am extremely proud of you. Every time I hear your name, I feel like a proud parent. I'm not your mother. Your mother and I do share the same first name, but I am so very proud of you. I love you. You know I'm always here for you, anything you need. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Donna Klein, and I'm principal of Heritage Elementary School.
I got the opportunity to meet Jawan Jackson when he came to Westside High School in the fall of 2008. He became a student in my 9th grade government class, and he sure did know a lot about government. I can echo many of the things that were already said about him previously. He did talk a lot and he questioned. He asked questions. He said that he was going to be president one day. And after I built a relationship with Jawan, I didn't have any doubts that great things would be in store for him and that he would one day be president. Jawan participated in student council throughout high school. He returned to my classroom his senior year for economics. He was a gifted negotiator, as I'm sure some of you on the board have probably found out, and he engaged in very robust classroom discussions, including questioning different things about the economy, and then we also, of course, dove back into politics, as sometimes economics and politics have lots in common. Since his graduation from Westside High School in 2012, Jawan and I have kept in touch, both personally and through the marvel of social media and Facebook. He has worked with high school students to ensure that they are aware of the opportunities that they have that are out there for him, and so that they will strive to achieve those opportunities that are available for them. He is a great role model. He has continued to set high expectations for himself. He obtained that doctorate degree. And in March of 2022, he was able to cast a vote to name me as principal of Heritage Elementary School. Teachers love to see their former students grow and see what they do as adults. Jawan, you have made your teacher proud, and you will always be one of my students. Dr. Jackson, your time on the Bibb County Board of Education may have come to an end, but I know you will continue to be involved in the community and doing great things with our students. I look forward to seeing all the great things that the future holds for you. Thank you for supporting me and for your service to the Bibb County School District. Thank you.
Again, thank you to Dr. Dillard and Dr. Jackson. We are truly appreciative of your service, and at the end of our recognitions, we will definitely open the floor to hear from the two of you if you'd like. At this time, I'm going to invite up Kevin Grooms, our District Athletic Director, to join me at the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Lovett. Good evening. At this time, I'd like to ask Westside High School football coach Cedric Spoon Respert to come forward. Coach Spoon, as he's lovely known as, has been the Seminoles head coach since 2009. In that time, he has amassed a 116-64 record for a winning percentage of over 64%. In those 16 seasons, he's led Westside to the playoffs 14 times, including the second round trip this season. Beyond that, his 116 win makes Coach Respert the district winningest football coach since schools integrated in 1970. We appreciate his dedication and successful leadership for our student athletes. Congratulations and thank you for being built for Bibb. At this time, I'd like to ask head coach Josh Grube and the representative of Westside High School girls flag football team to come forward. Through an NFL grant, the district added girls flag football to its selection of high school sports for the season of 2022. In the 3 years since, the Westside Lady Noles have won their area championship each year and advanced to the state playoffs. This season, the Lady Noles went undefeated in the regular season, including a perfect 8-0 in the Division I Area 5 play. They advanced to the quarterfinals of the GHSA Division I playoffs with a win over Shaw and St. Vincent before falling in the state semifinals. In all, the Lady Noles accumulated 10 shutouts in 16 games this season. Congratulations and thank you for being built for Bibb. At this time, I would like to ask head coach Jeremy Wiggins and representative of the Northeast High School football team to come forward. This year, the Raiders made history as the first Bibb County team to host a semifinal game and then advance to the state championship game since 1975. Northeast went 12-3 this year, including 8-1 record in region play before advancing to Mercedes-Benz Stadium to play Toombs County for the GHSA Class A Division I championship this past Tuesday. While finishing as runner-up, we are proud of the way they represented our community and our district. In addition to Coach Wiggins and his staff, the Raiders were led by a group of seniors that included running back Nick Woodford, having attained the district single-season rushing yardage and touchdown record. Nick's performance in the state title game also made him all-time Bibb County leader in career rushing yards with 6,282 yards, and 88 career rushing touchdowns are also a county record. Congratulations, Northeast Raiders, and thank you for being built for Bibb.
At this time, I'd like to invite Brittany Briscoe, co-lead counselor for the district and counselor at Northeast High School, to please come forward. Each year, the Counseling and Career Development Division of the Association for Career and Technical Education recognizes school counselors with Rising Star Awards. This honor recognizes these individuals for their impact in counseling students toward their future pathways. This year, Ms. Briscoe was recognized with this important honor as we seek to guide every student through our For Me, Built for Bibb initiative. Congratulations, and thank you for being Built for Bibb.
As part of our For Me initiative, we have reached agreements with several colleges and universities from across the state in our dual enrollment efforts. The program allows high school students to enroll in classes for college credit at Central Georgia Technical College, Fort Valley State University, Georgia Tech, Middle Georgia State University, and Wesleyan College while the students are still in high school. At this time, I would like to ask Dr. Cassandra Washington, Executive Director of CTAE, and Mr. William Johnson, BCSD Dual Enrollment Coordinator, to come forward for photos as we recognize these partners. Partners, when your name is called, please come forward. From Central Georgia Technical College, Kenneth Rozier, High School Initiatives Coordinator, and Ms. Kimberly Gunn, Executive Director for High School Initiatives. From Fort Valley State University, Alex Thomas, Executive Director of Recruiting and Admissions. From Middle Georgia State University, Dr. David P. Fuller, Professor of Education and Special Assistant to the Provost, and Dr. Ken S. Floyd, Associate Dean. And from Wesleyan College, Tanisha S. Johnson, Director of Recruitment. Partners, thank you for investing in our students' post-secondary academic growth, which sets them up for excellence upon graduation from Bibb County School District. This fall, teachers across the district were presented with an opportunity to apply for $1,000 mini grants from the Bibb County Education Foundation. These mini grants were intended to support teachers and staff who integrate STEAM concepts as well as literacy efforts into their classroom or daily activities. At this time, as the president of the foundation's governing board, I would like to recognize the teachers and staff members that were chosen for this opportunity. As your name is called, please come forward with your principal for a photo with our Executive Director, Mrs. LaShawn Farouge, and our Foundation Treasurer, Dr. Lisa Garrett Boyd. First, Heather Harris, Ingram Pie Elementary School. Applet Middle School, Tamani Aful Connect. Howard Middle School, Jory Newman. Rutland Middle School, Portia Nottingham. Shayla Ford, Weaver Middle School. Miss S. Miller, serving Weaver Middle School as well. Santiago Rivers, and Destiny Woods, all of Weaver Middle School. Lastly, Dr. Panda of Central High School. Congratulations to all our recipients, and thank you for being built for Bibb.
The principal.
Miss Linda Burgess, Southfield Elementary School, if you're here, please come forward. Again, congratulations.
This concludes our recognitions for this evening. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Sims at this time.
Thank you so much, and I'll turn it over to you, Board President Freeman.
Thank you. At this time, it's time for invitation to visitors to address the board. Before we have that, I have our statement we always read. Now is the time for public comment. A written request to address the board must be submitted no later than 30 minutes prior to the start of the board meeting. Before addressing the board, individuals are urged to seek a satisfactory solution to their concerns by following the proper staff and administrative channels. For instance, teacher, principal, director, assistant superintendent, superintendent. Topics appropriate for public comment are those included on the monthly agenda. Only under circumstances determined by the board president is comment appropriate on items not on the monthly agenda. While general comments are appropriate for the public comment session, concerns about specific individuals or employees should be addressed privately with the appropriate district administrator. Speakers may not address confidential student or personnel matters. Speakers are not allowed to make comments regarding the pending personnel matters that may be the subject of investigation or where a final personnel decision has not been reached. Groups are asked to designate a single spokesperson, as the president may limit the number of speakers per side for a given issue. Speakers shall have a maximum of 3 minutes each and must stop talking promptly when their time is up. We recognize Mrs. Monia Rutland, who would like to address the board.
Before the clock starts ticking, if there's an image that I want to project, can I just turn my laptop around and show you? Or
That would be fine.
it would be
You
projected?
can just turn it and show the board.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm going to need all 3 of my minutes. Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Superintendent, board members. My name is Monia Rutland, and I'm before you as a parent with a child in Bibb County Schools, as well as a community stakeholder. And I'm here because we've been asked to show up, primarily for the Northeast game, which my family and I were there, and the community showed up en masse. And so I'm here this evening to show up and voice my support to 2 schools in particular, that's Central and Hutchings. Earlier this evening, Superintendent but before I say that, please let me, on behalf of myself and family, give acknowledgments to you, Dr. Dillard, you, Dr. Jackson, for your services on the board. Have had the opportunity to work with you guys. Dr. Dillard, you sat so patiently to hear the vision of my husband and myself when we were working on a project, and Dr. Jackson, my daughter allowed you and I to bond in just the greatest way when you were with the TRIO program. So thank you all for that. I want to acknowledge the forward work that's being done by the faculty, staff, and leadership team at Central and Hutchins. My younger son is an 11th grader at Central, and he takes a dual enrollment class. And he was able to do that because of the vision that both Dr. Dupree and Dr. Washington had to allow the students, it meets them where they are, to allow them to select their program from IB as well as dual enrollment. And he has truly flourished. And he isn't the only one, but the other students have done so well because these two leaders, as well as their team, had the vision to say, hey, we need to do something a little different. We need to meet the students. They don't have to take an IB session. Let's meet them where they are. And they've done so well. I'll tell you, if you go to a parent meeting at Hutchins, it's BYOC, bring your own chair, because there's no room to sit in the area where the meetings are held. So as it's counting down, let me show you quickly this picture here. And I'm sure you remember that some time ago, this picture of Mr. Nolte. Well, aren't we glad that our teachers, our leaders, don't show up looking like this? Regardless of what they go through, they always look their best. And I want to acknowledge that and show up for them to say thank you for not coming to school looking like this. Thank you. Thank you for not coming to school got one more. Thank you for not coming to school looking like this. Instead, they show up every day dressed to the nines in their best and prepared in their best way. And I say that because I know you all hear the bad. I know it. But I'm here to say thank you to Central, thank you to Hutchins, and I hope that as their efforts are recognized, that they will be allowed to share their talents and skills at the district level and beyond. And thank you for not pulling me out, because I know I'm out of time.
We don't use a hook, but thank you, Ms. Rutland. Do we have need to go into further executive session?
No, sir.
Thank you. All right. Board members, with that, we will move on to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, which consists of confirmation of minutes from board meetings November 2024, FSS 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, PR 2 and 3, and PS 1, 2, and 5. May I have such a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Dr. Woodford, seconded by Dr. Dillard. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That passes. Next, we'll move on to new business, where we have IS4, Certified Literate Community Program in Macon Bibb, the Mayor's Literacy Alliance. This did come out of committee meeting with a do pass recommendation, so we do not need a motion and second. Any further discussion on IS4? Hearing none, all in favor of IS4, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
No.
Nay. And any abstentions? All right, in the opinion of the chair, that the 4-2 to 2 vote. Is that correct? Which would be a pass, or what do you think?
4-2? Yes.
4-2 to 2. That's a pass, right? Just make sure I'm doing my math right. All right. So, in the opinion of the chair, the vote was 4 to 2 to 2, and that does pass. Next on new business, we have NB1, which is the committee and board meeting calendar for CY 2025. Did you want to present that, Dr. Sims?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Board President Freeman. As we posted, this memorandum recommends a calendar for the Bibb County Public Board of Education and Bibb County School District that includes committee, board, and retreat meetings for February 2025 through January 2026. The proposed calendar meets the requirements of Georgia's Open Meetings Act and includes some best practices of school board meetings as suggested by GSBA. I do want to draw attention to one particular outlier, and that is the committee and board meeting that is established for Wednesday, June the 18th. Just as a reminder, June 19th is Juneteenth, and the district will be closed. So it's our recommendation that we hold that meeting at that time. With that said, it is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education approves the proposed schedule of regular committee and board meetings for February 2025 through January 2026.
Thank you, Dr. Sims. We have you've heard the recommendation. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Morton, seconded by Dr. Garrett Boyd. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That passes, and with that, I believe we have finished the new business as well. Is there any old business?
No, sir. Are we right before adjournment?
We are.
If it pleases the board, I would appreciate the opportunity for Board Member Dr. Jackson and Board Member Dr. Dillard to have some final words prior to concluding.
Who'd like to go first?
Well, I'll go first so I can give Dr. Dillard the opportunity to have the last word before we adjourn for today. But let me just first say that, Scripture teaches us that the greatest among you shall serve. And it's been nothing but a joy to serve as a member of the Bibb County Board of Education. And there's no one else I would rather have done this with than those of you who sit around this horseshoe with me today. When I was first elected, little did we know we would be entering some very unprecedented times. We watched as we navigated this system through a global pandemic, and we kept safety as the primary and top concern in all of our decisions. We've done our job to be good stewards of public funds with unprecedented COVID-related and ARP funds, other federal grants, ESPLOS, as well as property taxes. We hired a new superintendent with a true heart for our community. And as I said before, and I'll say it once again, was the best decision that I was honored to make as a member of this Board of Education. We adopted this new strategic plan that's truly student-centered. And for the past 2 years, as it was mentioned earlier, we've been named the Exemplary Board, the top recognition that a board can receive by the Georgia School Board Association. As the youngest to ever be elected to serve on this board, let me also thank my colleagues for electing me to serve as this board's president. I'm definitely going to miss our conversations, our dialogues, our friendly debates. I just hope that I've done some good. I've done some good. As a young leader, it's hard. It's hard to be taken seriously. It's hard to be seen as an equal. As a young black leader, it's even harder to be considering same conversations as a number of individuals that look just like you, just a different skin color. And as a young black and male leader, it's even more hard. But through it all, I've learned to, one, trust in God, and two, as my last principal, Mrs. Laura Perkins, would always tell us at the end of every day to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And so to the new board members that are coming on, I know, I pray that you will do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and that this board will continue to work hand in hand with its superintendent for the betterment of all of our students, all of our educators, this community as a whole, for every child in every classroom, every day in the Bibb County School District. And finally, to my former educators that are here today and those who are watching online, thank you so much for pouring into me. You know, again, it's been a great honor to serve a district that has given me so much. And I am damn proud of my public education that I received here in Bibb County. And at a time where public education is under attack across our nation, throughout our state, and dare I say even our community, it takes bold, dedicated leaders and individuals to step up to the plate to be of service. And so yes, I may be ending my tenure on the board at this time. I do expect and do plan to stay involved, to stay engaged, because that's the right thing to do. So thank you all for honoring me. And Dr. Diller, it's been a great honor to serve alongside you. No, we have not always seen eye to eye. But nevertheless, you know, a couple of weeks ago, actually, I looked at a message I sent to you on Facebook many years ago when I was a student at Westside, advocating for broadcasting the Board of Education meetings online, and just recounting the conversation that we had that eventually led to some resemblance of an online broadcasting. And now, of course, we have what we have today. And so, Dr. Diller, I honor you. I thank you for your years of service to the students of this community. Thank you for the long legacy of your family, and I wish you Godspeed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I look forward to you going places. God's blessings be with you. You know, everybody talks about I'm chatty and I talk a lot, and I see you laughing. And I do. I have so much inside of me, so much to be thankful for, so much to love. And out of all those that talking, I get all that love and care for mankind built up inside of me. And I just first want to say thank you to those who've been there for me. Thanks to those, I had many who are gone now, people who helped me when I was running for office, not just here, but on city council, and all the things I've run for. They were out here, they've been with me for years. And they were present tonight, and I'm so grateful to them. I love them so much. I want to thank my daughter. She's my backbone, you all. And I'm so grateful for her. And I'm appreciative to her and who she is and what she's done for this system, for the community. She's done a lot, and I'm grateful for all the things she's done. I appreciate you. And I want to say thanks to the principals in my zone, Dr. Dupree at Central, for putting together the teachers, the principals in the zone, Ms. Gibson at Miller, Dr. Woodford at Alexander II, Ms. Christy Graham from Vineville, and I think I mentioned them all. They put together yesterday, you all, something I've never experienced in my life. They surprised me with a beautiful program. Thank you all for being patient so I can say this. It was so heartfelt, and I've never been surprised before. I've never had anybody to honor me before. And I just felt so whole. I felt so loved. I felt so cared for. And I'm so grateful to them. And those kids performing, I mean, I was almost out of my mind with the joy of watching those children. And I'm on this board because I love young people. I love supporting them. I love encouraging them. I love giving to them. My life has been giving, and loving is real. And everybody who knows me knows it. And I felt so good yesterday. And I want to say thanks to them. And I want to thank my board members who were there yesterday. Ms. Johnson. And I was asking them, you know, hey, and what were they there for? And they told me, this came from the mayor now. The mayor told me he was having an interview and asked me to come. And of course, we are friends, and I wanted to be there, you know, to help, because he never asked me to do anything. And that was suspicious too. But anyway, I was there, and when I got there, Miss Hartley is everything. I'm so proud of that young lady. But I saw her, and I said to her, I'm waiting for the mayor. He's having an interview. And she was calm, like always, and she said, well, you want to stay out here, or you want to go on the inside? I said, well, what do you think? And then when the mayor finally came up behind us, they were chatting with him, and so we all go inside of the building. And when we go in the building, all these folk in there and standing up, I said, we gonna have an interview in here? And then they said, yeah, come on in. And then I'm looking at the principal from Williams with her beautiful smile, just smiling at me. And I said, we gonna go in there? And so, I mean, I was in disbelief. And then as I walked on down, then I guess the principal said, let me go in and say something, because I don't know what she might end up doing. And then the principal at Central was smiling, and she said, then that's what she told me, they were surprising me. And we said, surprised, Dr. Dillard, so it still didn't hit me, because I'd never been surprised before. Hard to surprise me. And never been surprised before. And then the mayor walking on down, and he sits here, and I sit there, and I'm just in total disbelief, and I've just boo-hooed all through the whole program. They're gonna have to find me a tape to send me, because I cried all the way through. And I was so pleased. I asked my board members, I asked Ms. Johnson, you know, about what she was there for. And she knows she can talk, and she didn't talk as much. And then she said, oh, I think she said something, superintendent invited her to something they were having or something, I'm quite not sure. Then here comes Dr. Woodford, who's always energetic and walking fast. And I said, what you came here for? She said, the superintendent had invited us something. That's why he didn't invite me. and so I'm going back and forth through this, and the superintendent, I'd seen him earlier, and he was back and forth, in and out, doing something. But it was, everybody was just lying to me, y'all. And I can pick up on things, and it started with the mayor. I just want to say thank you. I thank the mayor. All the things he said today, all those are true. And they talk about me talking and all those, yeah. And I love talking, and I love encouraging, and I love loving, and I love helping, and I love inspiring. And when I'm around somebody who will let me do it, I do it. And I'm so grateful to him for being there to help, to support this community. We came aboard together. We worked together. We came together at some points because, you know, I make my own decisions about what I want to do. And no matter what somebody else wants to do, I have to do what I think is best and what is right. But there was a time that he was so smart about things and knew the money and the budget and all these things. And once I got that information from him, then I would go along with those things. We came at a very challenging time. I have to say that for Mr. Downey too. We worked together. We worked together. We came here and I just thank him for his comments because he brought me to tears. I didn't know he felt all those ways about me, and it just meant so much to me tonight. We came together. We came during a troubling time, and you all know what that was. We had leadership problems here. And actually, I had retired that year, and the next year, all these things were going on here at the school system. And little bit of me thought that I had some solutions, because I always want to help. And I thought I had some solutions, so I thought I could meet with the head person and help him. Well, that didn't go over well. And so I wanted to help. I wanted to make a difference. I love the children. I have just worked with them all those years. And I wanted an opportunity to just expand on programs and things I had done, because I created a lot of my own programs when I taught special needs students. And I just want to help. I came here to help. I was helping before I got here, and I wanted to help once I came. And that's my only goal. Not a real political person. I don't care for politics stuff. I'm just a servant, and I just want to help people. I had that opportunity to do that here. Two of the things that I did when I came, I was president twice. The mayor nominated me for president 2 different times, and I became president. And I was president to oversee 2 searches for superintendent of schools. And the first one was Dr. Jones. 2 searches and brought in 2 great superintendents. And Dr. Jones was the first one. And he came at a very turbulent time. He had to come and do a lot of work and change. And he and Dr. Smith, who was on earlier. And this group of board members who came in, we had a lot to do and a lot to consider. And it was a scary time for us. Our accreditation was challenged. All kinds of things were going on. Those 2 young men back there, they were on top of things. We were on top of things. Great board members who were here. They were strong. They had been beaten down before we came. And they were beaten down and mistreated, falsely accused. And we came in, champions those guys back there to work with. We came with in one accord for a reason, and that's to take care of the business at hand, to make some changes, and we were able to do it. And I'm so grateful at that time we brought in the right man to be interim, Dr. Smith. We brought in the right person to be superintendent of schools at that time, Dr. Jones, and then the right person to carry on, Dr. Sims. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with. They were tough, they were hard, and they were no nonsense. Mr. Downey came up with Fab 5 because we were the ones who were just really working to make a difference. You all, I came here to make things better, not to make them worse. I came here to help our children and to support our leaders and to make quality of life better. I'm pleased as to where we are now when we brought in our two superintendents. So grateful for what they did. I will always love and respect Dr. Jones for what he did when he came in, because it was a bad time when he came in. So I say thank you to those who were out there who spoke for me, about me tonight. I will always respect and love the mayor and Mr. Downey and those others who were on the school board at that time, because we went through a lot of name calling and put down and really harsh treatment. I went through a lot when I first came in of harsh treatment and falsely accused and mistreated. But I'm still here. And we made a difference. And I did it through my spirituality. I'm very spiritual. And I had to call for a lot of help and direction. And I want to say, I know I've talked a long time. I saw my daughter saying yes. And I want to say I'm grateful for the opportunity to have served with these wonderful people around the school board. I got to know you all, fell in love with you. And thank you for being my next door partner over here, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for being so authentic, so real, so loving. Thank you, Mr. Freeman, for being always a gentleman and respectful and kind. I adopted Dr. Woodford, her heart. She knows how I am. She knows how I am. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Thank you for your remarks earlier. I believe in working with everybody. Wherever I go, my goal and objective is relationships, as the mayor mentioned. My friend Darryl, who watches over my house and check on me and stuff. Thank you, Darryl, for being my friend. Thank you for looking out for me. And my old buddy who taught me in the leadership program. I was in a administrative program for the school system. I was chosen to be in that program. And my teacher was Dr. Boyd. I have to work on your name, Garrett Boyd. Thank you. And I don't know if Dr. Picklin's still in here or not, but yes. we were both in her class. And I don't know, she said we a little intimidating. I don't know why she felt that way, but great teacher, enjoyed working with you. And thank you for the moments and times we spent together. I'm always upfront, forthright in all my dealings with everybody. And I have been. And I thank you so much for everything you've done. I think I made my rounds. Oh, the superintendent. Personally, I believed in you being built for Bibb on the day that I was chairing the search committee. I believed in you then, and I believe in you now, that you would do all the things that should be done but to carry the school system forward. Those are my expectations. That's what I'm looking for, and that's what you've done so far. We don't always have to agree on the same thing, but we have to work together so we can do what we have to do for these children in the school system. None of this is about us. It's about them. Thank you. And I love all my board members. I got to know you all. I appreciate you. I respect you. But do know I do plan to come to graduations. I'm looking for a parking space. I do plan to come visit you all down here. So I can have a parking space. I'm a board member emeritus status, and I'll be coming back to see you, to help you, to love on you, and to pray for you. I'll do that whether I'm here or not. So you have my prayers, you have my love, and I'm always here for you. I know my daughter is probably looking mean at me right now, but thank you all. Thank you so much. Thanks to the public. Thanks for the constituents who voted for me, who believe in me. And thanks to all of you who are out there who've been patient while I was talking now. I thank all of you, and I appreciate you, and I love you all, and I will always love you. And I will always love this community. Been working in the community since I was 9 years old, and I'll continue to do it. Love you all. Thank you for the opportunity.
With that personal privilege, thank you both on behalf of the entire board. We love you. We appreciate your service.
Oh,
You've
talking
been
to
models
me.
for us, and we just say thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I'm so moved.
Second. So moved by Dr. Dillard. And I believe I heard a second by Dr. Jackson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And we are adjourned. Merry Christmas, everybody.